It's a Tuesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It is 33 degrees right now, and that's about as high as we're going to get.
Oh, boy.
The good news is no precipitation.
Okay.
Will be a little bit cloudy. Looks like there's snow possibly coming on Thursday, so keep an eye out for that. But other than that, just a typical December week. Got that going for you.
Okay.
We're going to start the show off by telling you the Red Hot Chili Peppers are coming to Darien Lake on July 12th.
Damn, that's a big show.
Yeah, it is actually a very big show. Tickets go on sale this Friday, December 8th, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. You guys are both dog people, so maybe you can relate to this better than I can, because I was looking at my wife like she was nuts last night.
What happened?
So my wife is off Mondays, and both of my dogs, I got a Chorky, Smurless, and I have a Basset Hound named Biscuit. And they had vet appointments yesterday.
Same time.
Yeah.
Ooh.
We do the double.
It's
double
probably
trouble.
easier.
It is, like,
Just get it done.
taking one dog to the vet's a pain in the ass. Like, you might as well just get both of them in the car.
It is funny when they figure it out every time, too. Like, they're, what the?
This isn't the park.
Sucks.
So my Basset is stupid enough to fall for it every time.
Okay.
My Chorky, and I think it's the Chihuahua in him.
Yeah.
He's so anxious about everything. He knows what's happening when he gets in the
Okay.
car. So my wife, she goes off. She's gone for an hour or two. I'm working on the show. She comes home with both the dogs. They're very happy to be home. And she's pissed.
What'd they do? They act up?
No, she's not pissed at the dogs.
Uh-oh.
She's pissed at the vet.
Okay.
The actual vet guy.
Yes, she's pissed at the vet. And I go, what's wrong? Nothing. What's the matter? They called Biscuit an elderly dog.
Well, how old's Biscuit?
So Biscuit will be turning, I believe, 10
Oh, wow.
on
Yeah, you're
Christmas
up there.
Eve. Yeah.
That's
And-
long for, that's the Beagle? Or a Basset Hound?
Basset Hound.
Is that long for a Basset Hound?
I read somewhere they go to like, they can go up to 13.
And
Okay.
10's kind of old for any dog.
I mean, you
Yeah.
get 13 out of a dog, you're doing good.
Yeah.
No, he's getting up there. Maybe I'm sorry, he's turning 9 on December.
right.
It doesn't matter. We're getting there. He's an
Yeah.
elderly
He's
dog.
getting up there.
He's
Yeah.
an elderly dog.
Getting a little gray.
Yeah, no, he's definitely lost his color, right? And he's become just like, an old man dog.
They get grumpy.
Yeah. He's either grumpy or super lovey. Like, there's no in between.
Usually they just want to sit on the couch and watch Fox TV.
Which is... So,
Yeah.
I didn't understand why she was upset.
Yeah. She said that was an insult.
Yes. She's like, well, why would you say that? Why would you say that about my dog? That's my dog, and he's not elderly. And I look at him, and we both look at him at the same time, and he's just sitting there like this. And he looks like the oldest dog
Yeah.
of all time. And I go, well, honey, I mean, like,
Yeah.
by definition, he's an elderly dog.
Sure.
She's, well, I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready to hear that he was an elderly dog. Like,
Was it ready?
do you have to prepare to hear that you
Yeah.
have an elderly dog?
I guess, because the time is short.
Okay, fine.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like,
I know.
all dogs, they die and they all go to heaven. I don't know if she saw that documentary. There's nothing you should be worried about.
I know, but still, it's devastating.
But
when
like,
it goes.
it bothered her for the rest of the night that
Yeah.
the vet would say that your elderly dog. And I'm curious if other people get upset when people talk about their dogs in ways that are necessary. Right? Like, if your dog is stupid and the vet were to tell you can't let him do this because they're kind of being stupid, would that offend you? Like, I mean, I didn't think there was a negative thing you could say about somebody's dog other than, hey, your dog just bit my kid.
Well-
My vet called my dog Chunky once, and I was like, I don't think he was chunky.
That bothered you?
It made me worry. Like, am I not seeing that my dog gained a little? You know what? Because you know how you see your dog every day, you don't notice that they gain weight. I was like, oh, I was more concerned for the dog's health when she called him chunky than I was offended. I guess I just didn't realize he got a little chunky.
Well, I guess it's a reflection on you, too.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're a bad fur parent because you let him
It's
chub
like,
up.
oh, he's chunky? Damn.
Well, no,
I
but
didn't
see,
even
that-
see it.
What you just said, Tommy, is not a thing.
Fur parent?
There's no such thing as a fur parent. You're
Yeah,
a
they make
dog.
the T-shirts.
No.
They wouldn't make a T-shirt. It wasn't an official
Yeah,
thing.
no, they make a T-shirt that says sex machine. If I buy one, it doesn't make me a sex
I
machine.
think it kind of does. If you got a shirt that says it. If you're in the Army and you got an Army shirt on, you in the Army.
No, but see, here's the thing. I can go to the store and buy a shirt that says Army. I'm not in the Army. Not in the Army. There's no such thing as a fur parent. You're a dog owner.
Yeah, fur parent.
No, you
I'm
don't.
also a fur grandparent.
You're not.
Oh.
So your dog had children?
No, but my
He's got a grand dog.
yeah, I got a grand dog.
That's not a thing either.
Grand dogs come over sometimes. You got to play nice with the grand dog.
No,
You
but
gotta
that's
spoil 'em.
not. No.
Well, that's because we humanize the dogs, right? That's what we do.
Okay.
We make it part of the family. We think that they understand what we're doing.
Yeah, they might. Look, I mean, there are
Well, to
things
an
your
extent
dog
they do.
Okay, fine, and I get it. I love my dogs. My dogs are great. They're fun. I just like it's healthier to have a line where you realize you own that. that is a pet. Eventually, it's going to die.
Nobody thinks like that
No.
but you. You are such
You're
a
cold.
minority of dog owners. When our last dog died, which was not my dog, it was my wife's dog when I met her, and then my dog croaked. We had Cody for years, and then he croaked. She was devastated.
I get it.
Devastated for the entire summer.
No, I get it. I get being devastated over the loss
But that
of a
means it's
dog.
like family.
Okay. There is like family, and then there is family. See, like family is I own this dog and we take care of it. Is family is calling yourself a fur parent.
What's the point
and
of having a dog if you don't see it as like a family member?
Like a family.
Yeah.
Like a family.
Because then it's just something
Yeah.
it just eats and grabs and that's it. There's no love. There's no love, Pat.
you
No
can,
love.
you can love it.
I will tell you this. So my brother, when my parents were checking out, was very involved in the end of their life. And he did everything for them from paperwork to ass cleaning. So, and then right after that, about a year after that, their dog died.
Okay.
And we were talking on the phone, and he says, it's weird. I got so much more emotional over the dog dying than when mom and dad died. And I said, that kind of makes sense because you want, it took 10 years for them to pass, and you did all this work.
Sure.
And you just kind of watched them go away, where the dog dying was far more upsetting to him than my parents even passing.
I guess in that way, if you watch your parents wither away.
Yeah.
And it
you don't
takes
feel like they're the
years.
same person at some point.
And it's work. Like you're stressed, you're working. It's almost like a relief that they're gone.
Thank
and
you.
I know that's terrible to say.
Well, I mean, there's relief for you that you don't have the work. There's relief that they're
There's the
not going
burden.
through
Right.
what they were going through anymore. That
Yeah.
look, I get that. I get that you would be, if a dog dies all of a sudden, that would be more emotional because you weren't expecting that. There's no relief in that. That's different than this dog is a child.
I
Because the
know.
dog is not a child.
But they're innocent. They're cute. They don't know this is coming. They think this is supposed to just last forever.
If you die, they'll eat your body in your
They will.
house. They'll do that. That's a thing that'll happen.
But if Em and I was-
if I died in my house and my daughter didn't call the police and slowly ate me like a steak, that would be a thing.
Doing it
That
to
would be
survive.
a problem.
Yeah, what was that? When that plane crashed in the Andes with the soccer players, they ended up beating each other.
Same thing.
They found out goalies are very stringy.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. This whole conversation started yesterday. My wife takes both my dogs to the vet. We got a Basset Hound. He's turning 9 on Christmas Eve, and the vet said that my Basset Hound Biscuit was an elderly dog. He called him an elderly dog, and that really bothered my wife. And I'm trying to figure out why it bothered her so much. We're talking about it.
She's attached to the dog.
Well, yes, but I mean, he is
You ain't so much.
elderly. I am attached. I love Biscuit.
I mean, your family doesn't have a good record with dogs.
My brother accidentally froze our childhood dog to death. He let her out when he
Yes.
was a kid and went to go play, forgetting she was outside, and we came home and she was a
And
lost
kids are
obstacle.
kids, and yes, and it's terrible.
Yeah.
It's how your father handled it
Yes,
afterwards,
yeah.
which is priceless.
I could see how that would lead to some trauma.
So here's what my dad did. It was February, and he looked into what it costs to get rid of, bury, cremate a dog. And well, that's too expensive. Yeah. So he put it in a shoebox, our dog, and duct taped it, and then put it in a clear plastic bag and put it on the back porch. Problem is, the back porch led to our dining room, and it had this big window. So every night we sat to have dinner, we could see the coffin, the shoebox coffin of our dog for literal months until the ground
It
thawed.
would have been so funny if somebody would have went out there with a string and jiggled it while you're sitting there. It's alive.
To this day,
Yeah.
when I bust my brother's balls about
He
killing
still
the
gets
dog,
upset.
he gets really
I watched
pissed.
it. I think you did it in this room once, and his face. Come on, man. Come on, not funny.
So he's traumatized by it.
Yeah, and
to
I
this
get
day.
it. I mean, he killed the dog.
Yeah, I know. But he didn't mean to. He was
Yes,
a
I
kid.
know. I'm not saying it. It wasn't. He was a baby. He was a baby. He was only like 23. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Joey. Hey, Joey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I just had something to say about the whole dog-parent situation. I think dogs are great, but absolutely that guy's wrong. Dogs are not your child. That's weird.
Thank you.
Absolutely weird. I think people are kind of replacing having kids with having dogs and pets.
Yeah, that's
That's a
fine.
big problem
Why is that a problem?
because, people are a little more important than dogs.
Well, what if you don't want to have kids?
Well, you should.
Why?
Says so.
We're depopulating. The population's in decline.
I think we're okay.
I mean,
have a-
Kimmy, how
we
did
have
you
a
not see this
larger-
coming? Why did you want to
elderly
start this conversation,
population.
Kimmy?
Joey, there are just some people that shouldn't have kids, and that's fine. And they don't want to have
that,
kids.
That sounds like eugenics.
Okay, well, now we're getting weird.
Nope, you did this. Your fault. Everyone in the room knew where this was going, and
All right.
you wanted to have the conversation. We went from
Joey hung up
of
because
course
he's
he
a
hung
coward.
Up. Whenever you hear don't call the guy who said eugenics a coward. I don't want more eugenicists calling up the show. Don't want to have a Henry Ford conversation this morning. Don't want to do that.
So let me ask you this.
Yes.
So does your wife get the dog Christmas gift?
She used to, but see, as our kids got older, that stopped because we have children.
Mm-hmm.
So we still get the dog Christmas gifts.
Okay.
And my wife has children and grandchildren. She takes they're all covered. Mm-hmm. She also gets my stepdaughter's 2 dogs gifts too.
Your stepdogs?
The stepdogs also get toys. That's how we re-toy every year.
I mean, I remember my parents doing that just to distract the dog, like while the kids opened presents.
Okay.
But there's something joyful about giving your dog a little stuffed Santa and watching it rip its head off.
Sure, yeah.
And then bury that head under the couch.
That was fun for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? I got a question over here.
Yes.
Okay,
gentleman in the douchey hat.
Thank you. Yes. So, like, we exchange presents if you're, Christian for Christmas, Jewish Hanukkah. I'm naive to what Muslims and Hindu and Buddhist people do around this time of year, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, it's all part of initially a religious celebration.
Right.
Is there a dog Jesus that they're celebrating the birth of while you're giving him presents?
Well, yeah. There's dog Jesus.
Dog Jesus, yeah.
I'm guessing there is.
Like, including the dog in the things because it's your pet is fine. Like, getting them. What are you doing?
I mean, my sister's dog.
Yeah.
Was a born-again Christian, according to her. Like, her dog, and I'm not making this up, because my sister threw the dog birthday parties, and it was always around Christmas. Also, when she got baptized, she got baptized as an adult at the beach in Florida with her church, and she also had her dog baptized at the church. And the theory was when my sister went to heaven, her dog, Becky, apparently she was
a weird name for a
yeah,
dog.
well, she was a cashier at Walmart. Was also baptized and was going to go to heaven with her. So, in my sister's belief, her dog had accepted Christ as her personal savior and would be waiting in heaven for her.
Okay, but see, here's the thing. You sit here and you talk about the dog birthday party, the dog baptism. You go, that's crazy. It is literally a half inch away from where you are.
I know I'm close.
Like you cannot criticize a dog baptism after everything you just said about your dogs and your grand dogs and your step dogs. You psycho. Like, you are literally hours away from putting a white sheet on your wife, yourself, and the dog, going down to Lake Ontario and falling backwards.
Do they have that?
That close. That close. And like, and by the way, your sister's not the only one that does this. There's a couple of churches here in Rochester that do the blessing of the animals.
Yeah,
every
and you
year.
can bring around all the church.
Yeah. Which they got to be pooping and peeing on the church floor, right?
Well, then you have to go to confession. Forgive me, Father, for I have pooped.
You would also think, like, not all animals get along. That could be a problem.
Because, like, some of these
Depending
churches,
on what you're bringing in there.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Maybe it's for those outdoor services.
No, I've seen.
Bring them in of church?
Yeah, they bring like some of those old churches. You know this, Tommy. Like the floors are made of very
they're all
expensive-
hardwood. Yeah.
Well, no, look, some are like stone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Right?
Yeah.
Pee on that. That pee's not coming out, right? You can't.
You just hose off the joint when you're done, right?
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Group Facebook page. This comes in from Tom. Tom says, I reacted the same way when they called my dog elderly. You have to prepare me. Elderly is a bad word. If I'm not ready for it, you can't tell me. Why is elderly a bad word?
I guess, because I don't think it's a bad word. It just means you're getting close to the end, and it reminds you that Biscuit will not be around much longer.
Okay,
but I used to get pissed off because I had that Cocker Spaniel, and it was a male, but, he acted like he was pretty much a sissy dog. And people,
they say that dogs do start acting like their owners after years. What was he wearing? Like pointy shoes and purple shirts with a giant collar?
So they used to call her a girl all the time, and I would get pissed. I go, no, it's a boy.
Really?
You would correct people?
Yeah.
Why does it matter?
I let my people call my dog all different names. I don't care if they say she. I'm not gonna correct somebody if they mistake my dog.
Don't misgender my dog.
Yes.
Why does it matter? The dog doesn't know it's a dude. By the way, he had his balls cut off, right?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
It bothered me.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Because we had Biscuit, clipped, right? But they never took. They took the balls out, but they left his sack.
Like it's like flappy?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's got a flap sack.
No,
Okay.
every time when I had mine, it was gone.
No, his sack's still
There's
there. It's
nothing
like
there.
it's like a flag in a still dangling.
Really?
Just
So
like
weird.
bopping
You
around.
get a
it.
discount?
No, I don't know. I don't
Who
know what
did
happened. I don't know. My wife.
I've never seen that.
It was a while
It's
ago.
like a huge skin tag under his butt.
Yeah, he's got an empty sack just flopping around.
That
back there.
sounds dangerous. Like you get it caught on crap.
I don't know. He's not a very active dog. He's a basset.
Don't take much, man, to snag a ball or a sack.
By the way, you were talking about your sister baptizing
Yes.
her dog to make it a born-again Christian. Mitch writes us on Instagram, born-again Christian dog is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. All right. So I guess the moral of the story is love your dog, take care of your dog, but the second you buy your dog, you start the clock for your dog dying.
It is. You
Yeah.
are setting yourself up for disappointment, and your children,
Yeah.
especially.
But here's the thing. I also look at that as kind of healthy. Like, nobody wants their dog to die. And nobody wants to see their kids react when their dog dies. But, as a kid, you do have to prepare yourself because eventually everyone you love, happy Tuesday morning, is going to die. So it's better that your
All right.
kid prepares themselves to learn about grief through the dog than somebody that is like a human that really matters.
So just tell your kid, hey, every 20 years, all new dogs.
We got a dynamite, all new dog kind of breaker for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, except for that new hot segment.
What's that called?
Where are the dogs hanging out in the neighborhood?
Kimmy's got her post that you guys have been sending her from the neighborhood app. She's removed street names, town references. Let's see if any of you guys can take down the reigning champ as I keep my crown on today. We're all going to listen. We're going to figure out where they whine. We're going to do it after 9 o'clock. So come on back after 9, set your phone alarm, or stick with us. What else are you doing?
Yeah,
today?
have some fun.
Staring at your dog's empty sack? But first, Tommy.
Yeah, that thing's got to look like a mud flap.
Bro,
back
I don't.
there.
It really is.
You should
No,
put like "keep on trucking" on it.
I draw Yosemite Sam on it sometimes.
Back off.
But first, Tommy, you got some family that lives out of town.
Oh yeah, many.
Presents that you will be sending through the mail.
Sure.
Okay. And the United States Postal Service is warning you, get moving now.
Yeah.
If you want it there by Christmas. But can I ask a question?
Sure.
Why does the Christmas gift have to be there by Christmas?
Well, you'd like to think it because it shows like you've had enough thought
Yeah,
involved. That you,
I think that's
You
it.
did it in time.
No, but
maybe?
here's the thing. I would argue it not being there is better.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next to the break. 96.5 WCMF. December is the fastest month of the year.
Oh, yeah, there's so much going on.
You got it, man. All of a sudden you blink and you're a couple days before Christmas. And because of that, the United States Postal Service is sending out a warning.
Better get on it, son.
That's right. Get on it and get on it now. But here's the thing. There is no international, national, federal, state law that says the Christmas presents you send have to be there Christmas morning.
No, you don't have to, but you look like a dick if it rolls it 2 weeks late.
See, I don't know if you do.
All right.
And I feel like stories like this are undue pressure in the most pressure-packed time of year. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, come honor a Rochester icon.
Who's coming to town?
Friday, December 15th at Three Heads Brewery, 7 p.m., we celebrate 30 years of Tommy Muley on WCMF. It's called Tommy, This Is Your Life, a multimedia extravaganza. Kimmy and I, live on stage, will walk you through Tommy's life from birth to the amazing man you know today, with original music celebrating the little man we love, never before seen pictures of every part of Tommy's life, and it will all be, like we said, live on stage, 7 p.m., Friday night, December 15th at Three Heads Brewing on Atlantic Avenue. No ticket needed.
Wow.
Because who would buy a ticket for this?
You'll realize why we don't charge.
I told you yesterday, this is either going to be the funniest, most brilliant thing we've ever done or the worst thing we've ever done.
Hey, either way, it'll be entertaining.
So come find out. Friday, December 15th, Three Heads Brewery, 7 p.m. Tommy Muley, This Is Your Life, a multimedia extravaganza. The United States Postal Service wants you to get your packages in the mail now.
Go.
So story on News 8 last night. Talked to the folks who work at the Postal Service. And they say you have, from today, 11 days to get your package in so it's there by Christmas.
Okay.
The cutoff date is December 16th.
And that'd probably be rushing it a little bit, right?
So
I would
they
guess. Or no,
said
that's just straight.
16th regular mail will get it there
Okay.
by Christmas. They say after that, the Christmas rush kicks in and you will be SOL.
Yeah, it's a logjam.
Yeah, you got it. You guys think that the Christmas gift getting there by Christmas matters?
Now more than ever.
Shut up.
Why?
The
Because you have so
most
many
imp-
excuses.
What's that?
Because, well, I should say you have less excuse for it to not get there by Christmas Eve.
FaceTime.
What do you mean?
I want to watch you open it up.
Oh.
Because that's what the people want. I want to FaceTime you. I want to
Give
see you
the
open it
people
up.
what they want.
If you-
FaceTime presents.
If you got nieces, nephews, grandkids, whatever,
Yeah.
you're sending people stuff, you want to see the expression on their face underneath the tree on FaceTime.
Okay. The phone
And
number,
FaceTime's going to ruin everything.
the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy, do you think it matters the gift is there before Christmas?
Yes, especially if you're sending it to a kid.
Why?
Because like to your point, like it kind of shows that like you didn't try very hard to get it here on time.
You don't want to be slack-ass
and you
Santa.
want your kid to
Drag-ass, slipshod Santa.
You'd want that
Slack-ass
kid.
Santa is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
And I don't know if you experienced this, but like between like aunts and uncles and stuff, things get competitive with who got what, who got the kid what. And if yours shows up late, you automatically lose
You slack-ass Santa.
because the kid didn't get to open your present along with everybody else's.
Okay. So there are folks that just heard that December 16th is a cutoff date, and now they would be rushing to get packages so it's there by Christmas morning.
Right.
But whether it gets there on the 24th or the 30th of December, they still got it,
They
right?
did get it, but
No, but like Christmas doesn't change at all.
it shows you weren't a priority.
No, but I disagree with you.
Well, if I was a priority, I would have had it.
See, I would make the argument
What's that?
the later it gets there, the better. Especially if it's a kid.
Why?
Here's why. If you're sending something for a kid, most kids are going to get a bunch of presents for Christmas.
Sure.
Fair, right? Okay. Not just from Santa, but other folks in the family, and they'll all be under the tree. And we all remember being a kid, seeing that tree of presents, getting all excited. And then in a matter of 10 minutes, they're all open and it's over,
Yeah.
right? If you're not sending a kick-ass gift, if it's there on Christmas morning, it's going to get lost in the fray. It's just
Yeah.
going to get put in the pile. And if it's not the kid's favorite gift, it's going to be, if you got him a rock tumbler, if you want to be that aunt or uncle, it's off in the corner until they put it in the basement and it's never seen again. If that gift, no matter how crappy it is, shows up a couple days after Christmas, well, guess what? As a kid, I just got bonus Christmas.
But that's not your motivation.
I
For
understand.
getting to the post office.
I understand.
I want to really make an impact with this gift.
Look, I get it. But if I'm a kid and I thought I've opened all my presents, like one present is not going to make any difference on Christmas morning, but one present will make a difference on the 27th, 28th, 29th when, oh my God, I still have one more present to open that just showed up in the mail.
Wow.
It's better when it shows up late.
So you're saying wait on purpose?
Yes, I
Do the
would
kid a favor.
Yeah, no, I
don't
am
know.
completely sincere when I say this. When you send it to them after Christmas, they get a Christmas extension.
So
a
what do you
Christmas
say to
bonus.
that kid when they go, why didn't
where's-
so-and-so send me
Where's
a
Uncle
gift?
Pat's gift?
It's on the way. I'll FaceTime you then. It's on the way, buddy.
FaceTime that it's coming.
It's coming. It's on the way. Uncle Pat's present.
Does
is
it
coming
depend
to-
on how you're related to that person? Because like grandma and grandpa can't send late gift.
No.
Oh,
you
I
got no
disagree with that.
excuse.
You don't think?
You got no
Why?
excuse. You're retired.
Bonus
I
present.
don't
No.
know.
Bonus Christmas.
Man, there's no way my wife is not
Yeah.
getting them gifts early. I told you she's already sent the gifts to Chicago
Okay, that's great.
because
That's
they're
great.
big and she wanted the kids to travel with it. So she even did the like shipped and wrapped.
Okay. I'm not saying don't do it. If you want to prioritize your gift being there before Christmas, that's fine. The point I'm making is stories like this are garbage because it puts extra pressure in the most pressure-packed season we have.
But you don't look buttoned up.
I know, but you don't have to look buttoned up when
You gotta look buttoned up.
When the kid gets bonus Christmas, it's better than looking buttoned up because the kid don't care. The kid don't care.
Yeah, but I'm guessing that bonus gift's gonna suck. It's gonna be underwhelming.
Because you're gonna feel like it's an afterthought, anyways.
No, but it doesn't matter if it's underwhelming because it's the what's in the box is the greatest feeling in the world. And
Till you
whatever,
open it.
whatever they open, they're going to love. They're going to be sick of half their presents by the time you get to the 28th, 30th anyway.
Yeah, but that's on that kid, man.
That was you.
Yeah, it was.
And that's every kid, right? Like, I mean,
They're spoiled.
Yeah, I mean, if you get 10 presents, there's going to be 2 or 3 that you really love, a couple others that you play with every once in a while, and then like 2 or 3 you never touch.
But
When
isn't that parental pride of just overwhelming your kid with gifts?
Yes.
Like
It's more
you feel
for
like
you.
a success. Like you
Yeah.
nailed it.
It's totally counterproductive.
Yes.
It's 100% counterproductive.
But you have to do it
It's
to maintain civil order
No, look,
in society.
Like when you stand back logically and look at
Well, it's
it.
a huge waste.
Yes.
I get it.
Like if you get your kid 1 or 2 things, they're going to love those 1 or 2
Yeah.
things. When you get your kid 10 things, they're going to love 1 or 2 things. But every Christmas year, to your point, every season, I want to buy my kids everything that I can afford to get them because that's what parents are
All right.
supposed to do, at least as far, I don't know, like it's what it feels like I have to do. Every parent feels that pressure. I mean, you guys have dogs. I'm sure you feel it too.
Oh yeah, you got to get
Well, I
the
just-
dog knows. They sense things.
Don't you feel guilty though having it get there late when there are just so many ways to get it there on time at this point? I mean, you could literally, to Tommy's point, send something already wrapped and not even have to physically do anything
Like
to it. It
Amazon's
just shows
amazing.
up at their door in like a couple days.
No, but that feels soulless to me. Like
So you would rather like order it or buy it, do stuff to it yourself, and then send it through the mail? I mean, I understand like
More work.
it makes it a little more personal, but if you're on like a time crunch, like there is a way you can get the gift there on time if you want
No,
to.
you're right. But like, okay, to the point you just made, again, we're talking about the U.S. Postal Service. Story on News 8 last night. They say if you want your packages, your gifts, to make it before Christmas, you have to send it by December 16th. And both of you believe it has to be there before Christmas. I'm saying it's better for a kid, especially when it shows up after Christmas.
How cool is that? Late gift.
Bonus Christmas. The kid don't care.
Okay, so then you get on these family text chains, right? That everybody's on, and Christmas morning, everybody's opening up gifts. Oh my God! Hold up this, hold up that. Hey, where's your gift? It ain't there.
It's on the, first of all, no one would say, "Where's your gift?" That would not.
Well,
They,
they would be
they
ins-
wouldn't have to say it, right?
I'll jump in there.
it would be a glaring example of your shortcoming.
I'll jump in there. It's on the way. Why is it a short?
It's on the way.
It's on the way.
That's what I used to tell everybody. I was stiffed.
Well, I'm not stiffing you. It's actually on the way. Maybe I'm stiffing you. I'll put it in the mail tomorrow. But it's going to get there. It'll get there eventually. Like, dude, the last...
It's like an uncle bounced check.
Yeah, like I'm just thinking like when my husband and I show up to especially like his family's Christmas because there's like a lot of little kids. Like we're the only ones without kids, so it would really stand
Oh,
out
yeah.
if we didn't show up with any
Okay,
gifts.
yeah, when you're there in person, you have to have gifts.
Well, I'm
There's
just
no
saying, like,
excuse there.
I just think that like kids recognize like they have a count going in their head of how many gifts they expect from family, and
Oh, I did-
they'll definitely realize when they're short a gift or two.
I disagree. I think it's out of sight, out of mind.
I don't know. I don't
look,
think so.
When you're in person, you're right. If
Yeah.
you show up empty-handed, you're a dick. If you're going to see them in person, you got to have the gift when you see them. But if you're not there on Christmas Eve or Christmas, send it a couple days later.
So I just knew, like, as a spoiled child, that come like my birthday, come Christmas, I was in a zone. I was in such a zone. Like, I knew what I wanted and where is it. And I knew everybody better be accounted for.
You are such a dick.
But I got everything I wanted. I got it done.
Is this? No, you didn't do anything.
No, I got it done because I was a little dick.
So you would straight up ask where presents were?
Oh, yeah. If my uncle or my aunt stiffed me, what the hell, man?
If I heard my kids ask one of my brothers, my sisters, my cousins, whatever, where's my present, I would lose my effing. I would take all their presents away.
So I had an aunt till the day she died, and I loved her to death. Total bitch. She still remembers the time I didn't like a gift that she gave me. It was way over my head. And I told her and I gave it back to her in front of everybody.
You gave it back?
Bro, I was a little kid, but I had this aunt. She was like rich and never had kids. So she traveled a lot, right?
Okay.
So she went to Egypt on a vacation.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, weird, right? So she brought me back this Egyptian thing. I don't know what it is, man. It's a weird looking thing, but it was like some Egyptian figurine.
Okay.
What the hell 6-year-old from New Jersey wants an Egyptian figurine? So I basically, in a polite way, as a 6-year-old, told her to shove it. And like, because I was little and I was like in a suit, it looked kind of adorable, so she couldn't really light my ass up.
At the time, I told my aunt to shove it. This isn't in the Tommy Muley, This Is Your Life, by the way.
But like in a cute little, but you know, when a 6-year-old tells you to shove it, it can kind of be adorable when they're in a suit.
Okay, if my niece,
little tie, the whole thing.
if my niece or nephew did that to me, I would find it funny. If my kids did that to my brother or sisters, I would lose my effing mind.
My father thought it was hysterical.
Your father's a dick.
Yeah, but he raised a dick. And I was right. The thing was, I was right. You don't get a 6-year-old some weird-ass foreign gift.
Okay.
What is this, the UN?
Look, don't feel the pressure. Don't bow to big Christmas.
But that's what Christmas is. It's about control and conformity.
So why conform when you don't have to?
Yeah, well, oh, listen, if I could blow Christmas off completely,
that's not what I'm saying.
I would. I'm saying
We've gone too far.
If I could blow Christmas off completely, I would.
Okay, no,
because I just find it a waste.
You sit here and argue why everything has to be perfect, and then you wrap it up with, "I don't even want to do it anyway."
Because I'm spineless.
Okay.
I'm a spineless Christmas guy.
There is a man who is in some serious trouble this morning.
What happened?
Well, he did what a lot of people have done in our area the last couple of years. He had some work he was supposed to do. In fact, he got money for it before it started.
Oh, it's back, huh?
You got it. I mean, look, every time around this time of year, this stuff starts to pop up. Yeah. But here's the thing: when we see these stories, there's this idea that these guys are scam artists, and I guess that's a possibility. But maybe it's time we ask the question: with so many of these men and women showing up in the news,
what's that?
Are we sure from the beginning their intentions were bad?
Oh.
Because this could be a scam artist. This could also be someone who is super lazy.
Or got over his head.
Yeah.
Took on too big of a project.
We'll get into it.
All right.
Next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. This is a story we've seen over and over again in our area.
What's that?
Well, most of the time it happens with snowplow guys. And this is another warning that you can't just trust anyone when it comes to who you pay to do work at your place.
So what happened?
But these folks, Tommy, that rip off their customers, was that their intention the whole time? Or could this just have been a massive case of lazy?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF Journey's Freedom Tour 2024 is making a stop at the Blue Cross Arena February 22nd. Tickets are on sale right now. Ticketmaster.com, but you can win your way in for free with CMF. Listen to Dan Hardy.
The Hard Man?
Between 3 and 7.
Oh, the Hard Hours.
Weekdays for the daily code word. Then you enter it at WCMF.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets, courtesy of AEG Bowery Presents just after 7 o'clock. It turns out that something Tommy talked about yesterday and the way he lives his life, no clutter ever, throw it all away, may have cost you legitimately tens of thousands of dollars.
Damn.
No, I'm not exaggerating.
You and your family.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's a warning to everybody listening.
Beware.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A 41-year-old man has been arrested in Wayne County.
What do you do?
Police say he was hired and paid money in advance for work that he never did out in Lyons.
Okay.
Now, we don't know what kind of work it was, and we don't know how much he was paid. But we know it was under $1,000 because he was arrested.
Well, he's only under $1,000?
Well, petty larceny is the charge. I believe $1,000 is the line for petty larceny. And that was after an investigation. He's got a court date upcoming. So, Tommy, this man is just one of many in our area the last few years accused of this crime. You see stories like it all the time on the news. You know, make sure your snowplow driver or your lawn guy is up on the up and up.
Yep.
Check the Better Business Bureau and ask for preferences. And that's all well and good.
Yeah.
If their plan the entire time was to rip you off. But what if it wasn't?
What would be the other excuse?
Got in over their heads, maybe?
Okay, that could be part of it.
Too big of a job, all right.
Okay, maybe. We could talk about that. But if this man we're talking about is guilty, it's very possible he had a plan to rip you off from the get-go.
Right.
It's also possible he came down with a massive case of lazy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get to it when I get to it.
He's dragging ass.
Yeah, or was like,
Slack ass, drag ass.
Like, I'm dying to know, do most folks who get in trouble for taking money and not doing a job, do they start with the intention of getting the work done? Because that would make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, tell me, you have to be a real smooth-talking scumbag to go get money for work you never planned on doing.
Right, that's the key. Like, you already took the money,
Yeah.
and then you didn't show up and do it. Like, if you just never showed up and did it and you didn't take the money, you're free and clear as far as I'm concerned.
Well, is that illegal?
Well, I mean, you didn't lose any money. The guy just sucks at his job.
Yeah. Okay.
But once you sign a contract, take the guy's money, say, I'll be here Monday, I think that's where you get in trouble.
No, yeah, obviously. Sure. That makes sense.
Because, like, remember when I was trying to build that fence?
Yes.
And a couple of people came by and they were going to build me a fence. And they had these great prices and they were going to start. And I had to chase them down, and it just never happened.
Okay.
But I didn't think that was illegal. They were just in over their head. They just were not
They
going
just couldn't get to you yet.
Because my wife goes, that's a really good deal. Yeah, if you don't want a fence, it's a great deal.
Well, free for no fence.
Right.
Yeah.
Because the prices came in like ridiculously low.
Oh, great.
And when I started doing the research, I go, that's really cheap for a fence unless we're not using wood.
I think it helps the person's argument if they have all the right tools to do the job.
They show up, they look like the man.
Like if you're somebody who, said I'm going to plow your driveway and you actually have a plow, I would think that you intended to actually use that plow at some point.
And that's what leads me to this question, because with these stories that we've seen, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. These guys that go from door to door, and that's normally where people get ripped off. It's a door to door. They show up with the plow. They show up with the lawn mowing equipment. They have the stuff.
It's right there.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't have the stuff, if the guy shows up without the stuff and you give him money, you're kind of an idiot. Like, show me the plow. But if you have the
You
stuff...
invested in the equipment.
Yeah, it makes me think you were going to do it. You just came down with a massive case of lazy.
Okay.
Or, didn't manage your time right.
Yeah.
You
Made
just suck.
promises you couldn't keep.
There are two types of people in this world. There are the go-getters, and then there are the folks that go, good enough. And it takes a special kind of person, especially when you already have money in your pocket they gave you, to go and finish a job in a good way. And that's what a lot of these guys get, right? They get paid up front.
Which you should never do.
Well, sometimes it's mandatory.
Then get rid of that guy because that's where you get screwed.
I love
As
guys like
soon
you.
as you hand them their money,
Yeah.
once they get your money, you have no leverage.
Don't they usually take some form of payment
If
up
you
front?
take, like,
maybe
a
not the whole
deposit?
thing. Yeah.
But most of these guys want small deposits.
Yeah.
But if that guy goes, I want a Giola for a job that costs you a G, you got no leverage if you walk or if you don't like the way what he did and he's gone.
Well, it sucks because it only cost a G, but you paid him a Giola, right? You've already overpaid on the job.
You put the Ola on.
Up front. But no, there are some of these contractors, snowplow guys, lawn maintenance folks that'll go, okay, I need a deposit up front, but if you pay me the full boat, I'll give you a discount on the season.
I would be suspicious of that. I would. You wouldn't?
You tried to hire a fence guy that never came back.
So the second guy I called, older guy, big old Ford F-150, looked like the man.
Okay.
On his way into selling me this fence job, right?
Yeah.
He ran over our rock fence.
Well, that's actually how you get more work.
Yes. So I'm not kidding you, man. He crashed his truck into our rock fence, and I'm going, and I didn't have the heart to go, no.
Yeah.
But I go, there's no way I'm hiring you, dude.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this guy out in Wayne County, 41 years old. He's been arrested after police say he was hired and paid money in advance to do work that he never did in Lyons. And we see this story a ton around this time of year. We don't know what work he was supposed to do, but a lot of the times it's plow drivers and lawn maintenance folks. They get paid up front. They just never come back and do the job. And then you have all these news stories showing their faces all over there. Don't get ripped off. Watch out for this. Even though it keeps happening, so it may be almost impossible. In fact, the only way that would solve all of this problem that people have, if you made prepayment illegal.
Oh.
If you weren't allowed to pay a portion up front, there would be no way to rip off customers because they can't walk away with cash if there ain't no cash to walk away with.
Yeah, but small guys need that cash to go
Yeah.
get the stuff to do the job.
You're right.
They
Materials,
They
gas.
don't operate with a lot of cash on hand.
You're right.
You may see things swing the other way where now people who are doing this work start to get ripped off by people who don't pay.
All of those things you guys are saying is 100% right? Because if you take care of the business guys ripping you off, there are going to be customers. I don't like the way you cut my lawn this way. I'm not going to pay it. Or, the job you did with the plow. Or just people like my family who won't pay even though the job was totally fine. Right? So, there's no way to create a system where there isn't some potential for fraud on either side.
Unless there's some third party thing that you pay into for these kind of
But then
things.
you pay a fee for a third party, so which drives up the price
yeah.
of whatever you're doing.
But here's the thing. I mean, Kimmy brings up a great idea. It is amazing that there isn't some kind of technology to fix this, like an app that will hold cash that's been deposited until a job is done.
Oh.
I would be happy to pay a tiny percentage, like PayPal does or Venmo, for that ability.
Put it in escrow almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it sounds silly, but
But that still doesn't give the guy the money to go get the stuff to do the job.
The way the business would work is they would give them the money would be protected. They would give them the little bit of money they need to go start the job, and then everything gets held. If the refund comes, the money comes back. The point I'm making is, right, we protect ourselves that way with everything else we do. It's strange that we're kind of okay with this system now, the way we see people getting ripped off.
Okay.
And I'm not saying don't trust these plow guys, the contractors, right? You should.
the
overwhelming
just
majority.
honest people because they want to eat.
Yeah, but it also hurts the rest of them when you see stories like this in the news. I can't trust them. They're not with the Better Business Bureau.
Yeah.
I also wonder how many, it would be interesting to know how many people who are accused of scamming people, how many of them are recommended to that person.
Ooh.
Because that would kind of say they at some point did a job for somebody that they were happy with, and then they just didn't take it any further.
Well, I mean, it kind of keeps going down the road that we're discussing here, because if they have a business, odds are they have work in their past.
Right.
You wouldn't start a business, buy a truck, put your name on the side of it just to rip people off.
Yeah, because that's not going to last very long.
Yeah, it's a pretty deep investment, right, for something that doesn't actually exist. There has to be a way to make this better. 252 WCMF. What are we missing here? There seems like a simple solution that nobody's come up with.
I mean, the only way you're not going to get ripped off, and it's still not foolproof, is just get a read on people when they show up.
You just said you saw a older guy in a Ford F-150. He looked like the man, and he hit your rock fence.
Right, and I didn't hire him. But you got to know how to read people.
If he didn't hit your rock fence, you would have hired him.
I don't know.
Why?
There were some other issues with the dude. He couldn't hold a thought.
Yeah, I know guys like that.
I hate it, right? Try working with that guy.
I don't think people can read people the way they think they can.
Well, there are tells. I mean, you can kind of tell when somebody looks like a slack ass.
No, I don't know, man. You look well put together. You're
Like
a
if they
huge slack ass.
Like if they smell a weed, don't hire them.
No, that's not true. That's
Don't hire a guy that smells like weed coming to a job site.
Why?
Because
Some
he's
people-
stoned.
Some people need it to focus.
Unless he's doing middays, you don't hire that guy.
No, see, that is a terrible stereotype. Just because Kimmy said, I needed to relax, I focus better. Well,
Okay,
why not?
you don't hire a guy that smells like any fun.
Okay, so you would drink openly on the air back in the day.
Yeah.
Would they not have hired you for that?
Of course.
Not.
Shut up. Shut up. You're such a dick. Don't hire me. Also, I'm great at what I do.
Like if they don't sound like they know what they're talking about, that would be another one.
But you don't know
But
what
yeah,
you're talking about.
I think that's the thing. Like, you're assuming you know exactly how the job's supposed to be done.
If you knew that, then you would not have to hire this person.
I will say this, and you're learning it. You're learning it.
Yeah.
I had to learn it. Owning a home is a very expensive education.
Yeah.
You start to figure things out over the years when you start having problems and you got to hire people and you got to chase people down. You kind of see the stereotype of the guy that's either going to show up or not show up.
Okay.
Yeah, but you've never hired a guy that's maybe a little goofy, but he did a really good job.
Yeah, he was my brother-in-law, but anyway, and he does my taxes. He's a good guy. And I've never been, I've never had any problem with the IRS so far.
I have a buddy.
Oh, don't hire family.
Okay, that's if you're Italian, that's impossible.
I know. But everybody that says that, it's family. But then they'll tell you 10 ways, Gino screwed up the deck.
All right, so I guess the moral of the story is
Good luck.
Yeah, there is no way to protect yourself.
Don't give them your money up front because you got nothing to do.
Okay.
They're gone.
Okay.
You say that. Where's your leverage?
No, but then so go try and find someone who's just going to start doing work with no deposit.
You give them a deposit.
Give 'em a
You
deposit,
don't give it. You don't. You see this?
Do the hands.
See that?
Yeah.
That's what you give them. You give them that much. Because if you give them all, you know what they're going to do? They're going to put it right there. And sayonara.
Nothing says good radio like sign language.
Sayonara.
Let's take a break. You want to sit here and talk about money? That's what you want to do? Keeping yourself wealthy, not getting scammed? Yesterday, you told a story in the 9 o'clock hour that we'll recap real quick. And the reason we're recapping this is, with all the Christmas gifts coming in, there are a lot of people that are going to start to take stuff at their house and just chuck it. They're making space, right? They don't want the clutter. And
Well, you want to, especially end of the year, spring, yeah.
you and your family live with zero clutter. You have no emotional attachment to any physical thing, and you'll just chuck it out.
Yeah.
And it turns out a story you told us yesterday cost you and your family potentially tens of thousands of dollars. And you can laugh at me all you want.
I know.
One of our listeners looked something up.
Oh, really?
And if this goes for this much money, what you had, holy crap.
Damn.
It's a warning to everyone else listening.
What's that?
We'll get into it. Next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. with Christmas a few weeks away and new stuff about to show up in the house, there are folks, Tommy, parents mostly, who are going to start cleaning out old things to make room.
Yeah.
And the story we're going to tell you is a warning. That that old junk you think you don't need could be valuable.
Right.
And you sit here with a big stupid smile on your face. But yesterday, a man who never holds on to anything, lives his life this way, found out he could be out tens of thousands of dollars because he is, as they say in France, a dumbass. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Speaking of,
What's going on?
you can come honor a Rochester icon Friday, December 15th at Three Heads Brewery, 7 p.m., as we celebrate 30 years of Tommy Muley on WCMF. It's called Tommy Muley, This Is Your Life, a multimedia extravaganza. Kimmy and I will walk you through Tommy's life from birth all the way to the amazing man you know today, with original music performed, celebrating the man we love, never before seen pictures of every part of Tommy's life and journey, all performed live and on stage.
Damn.
That's right, 7 p.m. Friday night, December 15th, Three Heads Brewing on Atlantic Avenue. There is no ticket needed.
And you'll find out why.
I told you guys yesterday, this will either be the funniest, most brilliant thing we've ever done, or the stupidest, dumbest thing we've ever done.
Definitely the most unique.
It's going to be unique.
Okay.
Yeah.
I told you, I think that I have a future in writing musicals. We have 7 original Tommy songs. I'm very excited about. So come on out. Friday, December 15th, Three Heads Brewing. Tommy Muley, This Is Your Life, a multimedia extravaganza. So, Tommy, yesterday, we were talking about sports glory days in the 9 o'clock hour, keeping your Letterman's jacket. And if you missed it, you can go check that out at the Odyssey app or WCMF.com. But, Tommy, you shared a story about your uncle. He played football at Fordham University in the 30s.
Back in the heyday of, like, Fordham football.
He was an All-American running back.
Yeah.
He's in the Fordham Sports Hall of Fame, and he played in the NFL for 3 years before World War II with the New York Giants.
Yeah.
So you said when he died.
So when he died, he saved all his stuff from his football days, and it was all in like his den in Florida. So when he died, it just sat there for years because they didn't sell the condo.
Okay.
So recently, my cousins, their their kids, sold the place. And I even asked my brother, because he's down there, I said, what happened to all Uncle Dom's stuff? He goes, I think they just gutted the place. So I think they went in there and just threw
Cleared
everything
it all
out.
out.
Furniture and whatever hanging on the walls was just gone.
So you said there were trophies, there were NFL pay stubs from the 30s.
Yeah, I mean, he had all his equipment.
You said a full Fordham football uniform with helmet cleats.
New York Giants, the helmets. There was those leather helmets, all this stuff, pads, pay stubs, whatever you could think of, all his like clippings. Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to freak out when you told me this because you know what a sports memorabilia nerd I am. All right, so after we had this convo yesterday, we got a Twitter direct message from Ben. You know Ben.
What that dick do?
He went on eBay to try and make you look like an ass.
Okay,
and he could not find a Fordham game used.
It's that rare.
Yeah, couldn't find it on eBay. However, he found a simple felt pennant from Fordham University in the 1950s. So this would have been 15 years after your uncle graduated.
Right.
That little piece sold for $500.
Just a pennant.
That you could buy at the team shop at the thing.
Nothing
At
super
the stadium.
special about it.
Tommy, that Fordham uniform that got chucked away,
His cleats,
The
his
helmet.
pads. He's got his pads, everything.
Yeah.
that would have gone for $10,000 easy.
Yeah.
And it just got thrown away.
It was my cousin's decision, man. It wasn't my stuff.
But if you been down there when they were cleaning all this out, would you have kept any of it?
Well, if you're telling me that, yeah. But
Well,
I
but
would've-
you
Well, no,
would've known
but
at the time.
before, like, or would you have just said that's all junk, nobody wants it, get rid of it?
I don't know. I know. Like I have 2 pictures of him playing at the Polo Grounds. They're like action, like stills that were in like the newspapers.
Oh,
of him.
cool.
And that's all I got of it. Of those 2 things, and 1 publicity still.
Okay, but I love how you talk like if you kept the uniform, you wouldn't have sold it for tens of thousands.
Oh, well, if I knew there was money, yeah.
Okay.
But I never thought there was any money in it. It just looked like a bunch of old beat up football. Don't forget when.
But it's
when
such
he
a cool
played,
story. I would think you'd want a piece of it just so it would spark somebody else's interest and you could tell them the whole
Well,
story.
that's why I have those pictures.
Yeah.
But like, don't forget back in the day that there was no market for this stuff. It was his junk. Now, he used to get letters, my uncle, from all over the world just because he was a New York Giant, and they just wanted stuff. Giants fans are crazy, And they just wanted any New York Giant. He would get stuff sent in the mail for him to sign.
Yeah.
These people didn't even know who he was.
He was drafted. He has a Wikipedia page. We found it yesterday. He was drafted.
He would sign this stuff and just send it back to him, because he was just a nice old guy.
Sure. Now, the reason we bring this up is
as long as you were the right kind of guy.
Yes,
no, I'm not sending it for those guys.
The reason we bring this up is not to kill Tommy.
No.
Does everybody have a story with them or their family where they had something that was worth money that was trashed?
Everybody has to. If your family's been around,
252 WCMF. It was at your parents' house. You didn't want to keep something when you moved out. The death of a family member was too much. You just wanted to get rid of it. Only to find out a few years later that some of that stuff could have sold for big money. And it doesn't even have to be like college football uniform, Giants helmet from the 30s money. Something as simple as an old video game system.
Or there's things if people like, I did that too.
You chucked out your stepson's Nintendo with all his games. That's a few
$100
$100.
Beat up.
That's a few $100 you chucked in the garbage.
You know how rough kids are with that crap?
Tommy, all of that stuff sells now.
Yeah. I can't think of how many Barbie collections were given away or sold at garage sales for quarters. And all those things are collectibles now.
All the Beverleys want your Barbie collection.
Yes.
So there are two things right now that are selling for big money that I know a ton of people listening chucked in the garbage. One, old Hard Rock Cafe t-shirts, the vintage ones. Two, old NASCAR t-shirts, the vintage ones from the 90s.
Oh, really?
Gen Z kids are buying these as part of this vintage clothing trend, and some of those shirts, I'm not exaggerating, are going for $200, $300, $400, $500 each.
See, if you had like old Richard Petty, he's like the granddaddy of the sport. If you had that kind of stuff that's original.
Bro, we're not even talking that old. We're talking stuff from
1990
to like 1998.
Yeah. Damn.
Earnhart and Jeff Gordon and all that stuff. Kimmy, I don't know why these kids have gravitated
it's
towards
really weird.
Right?
It's kind of funny.
But like all those shirts that you donated to Goodwill or
you just chucked.
Yeah, used as a rag in the garage, they would have been worth a fortune. And these stories should be reason enough to never throw anything in your house out again.
But then you become a hoarder.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do with it? And by the way, you may still end up with somebody like me in the future. It's gonna go to a landfill because I don't want to deal.
Okay, fair enough. But you're stupid for doing it.
I know, but I'm stupid. There's stupid people out there that do things.
No, but here's the thing. You sit here nonchalant like you don't need the money.
Oh, I would have taken them. My wife would have. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody needs the money.
But my cousins, they didn't see the value in it.
Okay.
First of all, my cousin, she's a female. She's 77 years old. I'm pretty sure she's not up to speed on the sports memorabilia market.
Fine.
You know what I'm saying?
I get it, but before you start chucking things out, just Google.
Take a look.
Yeah, eBay. Look, because the things you least expect, and we'll talk about that in a sec, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I see you guys on hold. We find out yesterday in the 9 o'clock hour that Tommy's family threw away his uncle's University of Fordham football uniform. Pants, helmet, shoulder pads, cleats. He had a Giants. He played for the Giants. He had a Giants helmet from the 30s he threw away.
All those publicity things they used to make these guys do.
Just a felt pennant from the 50s at Fordham sold for $500 on eBay. Ben found it and sent it to us. That thing's that's over $10,000 worth of stuff that just got chucked. With the Christmas presents coming, clearance space, do not throw it out. Don't throw it out. Let's talk to Bill. He's on CMF. Hey, Billy boy. How are you, buddy?
Hey, Pat. How you doing?
Good, man.
One thing I didn't hear you mention that got valuable is records.
Yeah.
Vinyl records. I mean, it's like I probably had 300 records from when I was younger that over the years ended up getting thrown out because they're a hassle to move and stuff like that. And I probably flushed thousands of dollars down the toilet of what I could have made today because people just these young kids they'll buy anything that's whatever shape.
No, Bill, well, let me ask you this, because I had a little bit of a vinyl collection when I was like a teenager. I did the same thing you did. I got rid of it, and now I started doing it again. Bill, there is nothing more frustrating than when you go to Record Archive or The Hog.
This could have been mine.
Yes, you see a record that you owned that's going for like 50, 60, 70, $100.
Right, and I had Canadian versions of a lot of them that seemed to be
those are worth nothing
to the collector.
Well,
nobody wants those Canadian.
It's the same thing, except the sleeves are made out of denim. It's true.
No, out of maple leaves.
Bill, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
All righty.
Take care.
It easy.
Yeah, you too.
I think everybody, every guy I know back in the day had a massive LP collection.
Yeah.
Of just crap that you bought. And to your point, first of all, they weighed a ton.
Yeah.
You had to store them.
Yes.
And everybody was told that they're only worth something if they're in mint condition, like you just bought
Yeah.
it. If you've opened it up, it's worthless.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody tossed them out. There was a guy here in town, and he had a funny name for a guy that collected albums, Marty Doodah. That was his actual name. And the dude moved away, and I mean away to the South Pacific. He got a job. In his house, I'm not making this up, he had 35,000 albums.
Holy crap.
And I believe he blew them all out in a yard sale. He got rid of all of it.
Man.
Now I'm going back to when I first moved here.
Yeah.
I don't know what
Yeah, bro.
35,000 vintage albums would be worth, because that's more than probably the record archive has at any given moment.
Yeah, I mean, it could rival them. That's a great question. How many records
Yeah,
does
you
the
could
record
open
archive
your
have?
own
Or the Hog.
store.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're right. But see, what you just brought up is what makes this so cruel. You have no idea 15 to 30 years from now what is going to end
What's
up
gonna be
being
hot.
valuable. Exactly. The stuff we think will be valuable never is. Like the Beanie Babies and the Furbies and the Tickle Me Elbows, those always tank.
Mm-hmm.
But the weird-ass record player your grandpa had that you had to chop up with an axe to get out the front door, that's now selling for $5,000 for some stupid reason. And the chance to make money, as Bill just brought up, as you just brought up here, it is worth the space you will lose in your home. Because
But that becomes the fight in the house between what your wife thinks is valuable and what
Okay.
you think is valuable.
Okay.
Because your wife is going to look at your stuff as a bunch of childish crap.
Sure, fine.
So you got to sell her on the value.
Look, in 19...
Because all the wise want this, buddy.
please let the court know he's doing the money,
The money
sign.
sign. They all want the green.
In the 1980s and the 1990s, you're right. There was an argument to be had with your spouse if you wanted to keep this and they didn't want you to keep it. However, now you have the ability to show them. You can go on eBay. You can look at these auctions that people do, and you can show her, look, this is valuable. You wouldn't think it would be. I have a feeling I want to hold on to this.
All right.
I wonder how many parents, kind of inherited that stuff and just gave it or let their kids use it and beat up on it
Sure.
over the years, only to find out later, now that it's a piece of junk, that it was actually worth something. Because I'm thinking my parents inherited this. It was this mid-century modern leather chair from my grandparents' house that they kept
Louis
in their
XIV.
that they kept in their basement. And we would go play down there as kids. The thing got beat to crap, but they didn't care because it was just an old chair to them. And now I see those exact same chairs in stores going for thousands of dollars. It's nuts. I'm I remember sitting on that chair playing video games and tipping it over, and you know what I mean? It's just yeah, go play with this kid. No, nobody's ever gonna want this.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We had asked earlier what got thrown away that was valuable in your house, in your parents' house. We got Facebook messages coming in. Derek says, my mom threw away a full Ernie Irvin Kodak racing suit that my dad won when he worked at Kodak. She threw away a bunch of that stuff when he went into the hospital. That has to be worth something.
Old Kodak stuff?
No,
NASCAR,
it's a NASCAR
Kodak
racing
NASCAR.
suit.
It's the
Oh,
one
wow.
that they
Oh, an actual
sponsored.
suit.
Yeah.
Because Kodak sponsored a car back in the day.
I've never even seen one of those.
No.
Have you seen a full NASCAR racing suit? Not on a NASCAR driver?
No.
By the way, why would they give that away at Kodak? What do you do with that?
I don't know.
Well, if you're a NASCAR now, you
Yeah.
probably love it. You probably wear it.
Put it on.
It's probably always collectors for that kind
Bang
of
your
stuff.
old lady in it.
No, but how? You can't get your penis.
How?
There's no hole.
We making a pit stop, baby.
You get a cut, a penis hole in Ernie Irvin's Kodak
No, they
NASCAR
unzip.
suit. In the front, are you sure?
Yes, because there's also a famous photo. Did I ever tell you this? So there's a famous photo of all the NASCAR guys one year, and one of the dudes, as a joke, pulled his dong out, and it made it onto the poster before they could call it
It was
back.
already in production.
So it got called back, but some people have this poster where one of the dudes literally has his penis hanging out of his NASCAR suit.
Bet you that's super valuable.
That thing's got to be worth a
That's what I'm
fortune.
saying, right?
Yeah. So yes, they do zip.
Going back to Derek's Facebook messages here with the Ernie Irvin racing suit, his mom threw away all that stuff from Kodak and Xerox and Bausch & Lomb back in the day.
All the tchotchkele stuff.
Yeah, the vintage. Think about the vintage cameras that were just thrown away.
Oh, yeah.
Think about, Tommy, the amount of old Ray-Bans that folks just took home.
There are people buying old sunglasses.
Yeah, I mean, all of that stuff from the 80s and 90s is valuable. I mean, look, Bausch & Lomb made all of the Ray-Bans here.
Yeah.
Right? And I I mean, we had a bunch of Ray-Bans that I know we couldn't afford, so if we had them in our house, I
Yeah.
know everyone was walking out of the place with them. God, old Wayfarers.
We all would have been rich.
Kimmy, will you eBay real quick, just because I'm curious, I don't know this for sure, what a vintage pair of Ray-Ban Wayfarers would go for?
What year you want to give it?
Give me the 1980s.
Well, that's when Kodak was Kodak.
Well, it's Bausch & Lomb too, right?
Yeah, they
They're
were
cranking.
popping. Oh, yeah.
So fun fact, while Kimmy's looking this up, did you know that Bausch & Lomb paid a tiny itty-bitty sum to some Hollywood production studios to put Ray-Bans in their movies, and that's why Tom Cruise wore them in Risky Business and in Top Gun?
Yeah, and the rest is history.
There you go. Wow. And that's why now, if you would have held on to those Wayfarers in the 80s, you would have been worth... Kimmy's making a face. What do we got?
They're actually not that valuable.
Damn!
I mean, they range from like... There's some on here for like $100.
Damn, you rich.
There are also some that are like, 55.
Still pretty good.
Not bad.
Still pretty good.
Like this one, this one's like 120.
All right, look,
But I'm not seeing anything too crazy.
Still pretty good, $100 for something that's been laying around your house.
But I wouldn't even know, like, if I walked around the house right now, or anybody walked around their house right now,
Yeah.
and it's stuff you have, it'd be hard to know what the hell's going to hit, what ain't going to hit. Now.
No, you're right.
Like, what's going to be hot 30 years from now?
That's the cruelty of all this, is you've got to hold on to everything. But what's fun about that is if you put it in the basement, if you put it in the shed, if you put it in the garage, every decade you have your own little treasure hunt in your house.
Okay, all right.
Right? Like, gone are the days, and it's very simple to part with these things now. Like, gone are the days where you have to set up a table at a flea market, right? Yeah. Or, like, now you put
Yard
it on eBay,
sales,
Facebook Marketplace, and boom, you throw it in the mail and it's gone.
Okay.
Don't do it, guys. I'm telling you, there is somebody listening right now that is going to throw something away right before Christmas that is going to be worth $5,000, $10,000, 10 years, 20 years from now.
But you remember when I had those Apollo 11 coins my mother got me because a man landed on the moon?
Yes.
We thought they were going to be worth so much money, and they were worth $5.
Again, listen to me clear.
And I saved them.
Listen to me clear.
Right.
The stuff that you think will be valuable never is.
Right.
The stuff they tell you to collect never gains value. It's the stuff you never expect because everyone throws it away that one day you go, oh my God, I can't believe this.
Good luck with all that.
This has been your warning.
Right.
All right, let's take a break. Tommy, there are a couple of kinds of restaurants. So when I mean kinds of, I mean like a vibe you get when you walk in.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like you get your stuffy sit-down places. Yeah. You got your go bars, get you and get you out. And then you got the quiet country type of restaurant.
Oh, like your country diner?
Well, you would think something like that. No, I'm not familiar with this restaurant, but based on the name, I've come up with a total backstory in my head. And that's why we're going to have this conversation.
Okay.
Because it happened in a town we rarely talk about in our area, which is fun for us here. And it involves a man who got out of control in a place where, if it were to get out of control in a quiet little place like this, it may not be something the restaurant can handle on its own.
Oh.
And we'll get into the story.
Damn.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. How about a nice, relaxing meal at a place with a slow pace? Think like a nice country diner, maybe like a small grill on the water. That type of place ain't loud. And Tommy, they take life a little bit slower.
Sounds good.
Place that sounds like this got louder than it wanted to recently. Well, a man's been arrested because of it. We'll tell you the story in a second. But if you were there, you might have to do something to help the situation, right?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. You can see the Red Hot Chili Peppers at Darien Lake July 12th. Tickets go on sale this Friday, December 8th, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Just after 7:45, there is a chain restaurant that is offering a new dessert.
Oh.
And Tommy is you seem almost upset.
It's too much.
Okay, but like you don't have to buy this.
I was shocked, but I should have been shocked. I should have seen it coming.
Here we go.
Because this is it.
It's not everything.
No,
this is it. Everything is this is it.
This is definitely all of it.
We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. The story comes to us from a place we rarely talk about.
Oh, what's up?
Bergen.
Oh, yeah. I'm more of a Byron guy.
A 26-year-old man has been arrested after an incident at a restaurant in Bergen. Police say the man was at Ralph and Rosie's.
Sounds cute.
Sounds quaint.
Yeah.
Well, at Ralph
You
and
get a
Rosie's.
good cup of coffee at Ralph and Rosie's.
Well, at Ralph and Rosie's, this man got into an argument, according to police, with two people. That
Ralph and Rosie or somebody else?
Somebody else, it sounds. Tommy, that argument, police say, led to a fist fight with both people.
At a diner.
Now, we don't know if it was a diner. We just know
Restaurant,
it's Ralph and Rosie's. We don't know what the argument was about, but authorities say this man broke several items out in front of the business after the fist fight. He was charged with assault in the third degree, criminal mischief. He has a court date coming up.
God damn.
I know, intense.
All right.
Now, here's the thing. We in the break room have never been to Ralph and Rosie's.
No.
Never even heard of it until now. But in my head, I like to imagine it as some quiet little place.
A lot of regulars.
Ralph works the grill. Rosie has her pen and pad ready to take your order. Their granddaughter, she's the hostess working her way through vet tech school. On hot days, Rosie fans herself with her notepad and says something like, "Sweet tea molasses, it's a scorcher in these britches."
In her britches.
My britches are a scorching. You know the place I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? It's a small town eatery. And it's not the type of place that would be accustomed to what this man is accused of.
Yeah.
If you're in a place like that, quiet little joint out of the way, and something crazy like this goes down, don't you feel more of a need to do something?
Oh, like
While
protect
you're
your little spot.
Sitting there?
Yeah.
Hey, cut it out. We don't do that around these parts.
But
I can tell you ain't from around here.
What?
Well, no, you're awfully quiet all
I
of a
ain't
sudden.
getting involved,
What
man.
do you mean you ain't getting involved?
That's Ralph and Rosie's goddamn problem. I'm out of there.
But Ralph and Rosie, they've owned this restaurant for 50 years. It's a problem for them,
I could
Tommy.
absolutely see somebody, like a regular, especially standing up and having to say something.
Wrestle him
because
to the ground
You're
like a
ruining
bear.
everybody's time here.
Yeah. Look, there are restaurants that you don't step in if something goes down. Mark Texas Hots, Tahoe's, Gitsy's back in the day. Those employees are all trained Green Berets.
Yes.
And there are other places that have like procedures in place. Like, for example, if a fist fight breaks out at like the Olive Garden.
Well, yeah, the corporate chain's got the corporate chain of command.
And they have 15 employees, right? I'm going to keep sitting there and eating my breadstick. But at a place at Ralph and Rosie's, Tommy, they can't handle this situation.
No, they can't.
Rosie just turned 73, and Ralph, well, he's got that heart thing going on.
All right.
The need to want to help would
But you
be
can make
strong.
things worse.
Okay.
I'm not trained to take down crazy.
Okay.
Most people aren't. So what are you going to do?
But who's more trained? Who's got a better shot? You or elderly Ralph and Rosie working behind the counter? She's making her famous pecan pie. She can't be distracted with stuff like this, Tommy.
Wait, she's making a pecan pie while she fans herself taking my order, and also she's my cashier.
It's hot in them britches. She's got a lot to do, Tommy. You wouldn't feel any need to do something.
I've been my own ass, and with the people I'm with, that's my obligation.
Okay.
I ain't stepping in.
Look, I'm with
I'm that
you.
step-in guy.
I'm with you most of the time. Most of the time, I want no part of stepping in, and you're right. It's going to make things more dangerous. But there's something about like a small town restaurant where everybody in the place is elderly, and the folks behind the counter can't handle it. They only got 2 or 3 people there. I would feel, Kimmy, like I would have to do something. Am I wrong here?
Yeah, I think you get protective over the places that are almost like a second home to you. And I think that's what a lot of like these little, diners
Mom and pops
places are to people. So
Okay.
yeah, they get protective over it and they don't want you coming in and messing it up for everybody.
Phone number is 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Hey.
Yeah, so, man, I hate to ruin your image of Ralph and Rosie's, but there's really, I think there's maybe one or two tables in there, a little dumpy place. It's a sub shop.
Okay.
They sell bags of chips and ice cream out of a cooler.
Nice.
It's not, and I don't think not one person in there is over the age of 20.
Okay, listen, Mark, I've already decided what Ralph and Rosie's is in my head, and you can't change that. So, no, it's over. It's over.
Sorry.
All right, but Mark, I'll ask you this. I'm sorry, go ahead.
They have, because it was right down the street from where my campground was, and we used to get it all the time every once in a while. And they had this sweet sauce on their pizza that's ridiculous.
So check out Ralph and Rosie's, is what you're saying.
It's very good, though.
All right,
go
well,
ahead.
Mark, I'll ask you this question. As a big dumb man like the rest of us are here in the break room, Kimmy included, if you were in like a small town diner or like one of these country places and something like this did kick up, would you feel a need to do something more than in a place like an Olive Garden or a place like Mark's Texas Hots in the middle of the night?
No, because country crazy is more crazy.
Ooh,
He's
that's a
not
good take.
wrong
That's
there.
a good take,
So
Mark.
even tough-ass hunting boy
I
over
would,
here
I
ain't
would
stepping
rather
in.
get involved at Applebee's or Olive Garden than country crazy.
That's not a bad take,
A
Mark.
little,
Okay.
a little sissy boy Jeff on the Jeff Diners.
Mark, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it.
Hey, you're stepping into country crazy, bro.
Yeah, he's actually not wrong
That's
there.
a good take.
Yeah.
But then again,
I don't know what these people are capable
But you
of.
got to remember, people in the country are probably 10 to 20% stronger than people that live in the city.
they're not gorillas. What are you talking about? They're not country folks in the mist.
No, but they are country built.
What are you talking about?
There's country muscle.
country
and then
strength.
There's country muscle, and then there's city muscle.
Shut
Like
up.
you got it at the gym. These guys got it from like working.
Okay.
Like they have like
So you're saying you wouldn't mess with them then?
no, they
Okay.
have country strength that you don't understand.
Okay, but here's the thing. If that's the case then, and I'm in a place like a quiet little diner, that means maybe I need to do more because if Ralph and Rosie are both elderly, what
Look,
are they
even
going to
that-
do with country
even
crazy?
Well, they're country people too, but even that hard ass hunting guy who just called in with his base camp ain't stepping
Base
in.
camp. He doesn't have a militia.
No, but he's got a camp.
a camper.
He
Well,
had a
whatever
party
you call
boat.
it. His hunting camp, whatever you call it.
You know, shut up.
And he's waiting for his sweet sauce on his pizza.
Dude, by the way, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kimmy.
No, I was gonna say that. Would that also be a factor if you're waiting for your food and you just want that food so bad, and now you're holding up my meal that I've been waiting all day for?
'cause you're hangry.
Because now you're angry because these people are delaying your meal.
So you may step in.
yeah.
I mean, it is where you get the most frustrated,
Yeah.
right? Especially in a small town. Try
Especially
that
if you
in a
can see
small
especially if you can see your order is up.
Yes. It's just about to come
Yep.
out to you. Now they got to go deal with this situation.
252 WCMF. By the way, we're getting rave reviews from listeners on Ralph and Rosie's. Daniel writes us, Ralph and Rosie's top 3 pizza on the west side.
Somebody else called about the pizza too.
That says a lot.
So he's got a sweet sauce on a pizza.
That's what Mark said. And Mark seems like a guy who knows all about sweet sauce.
Oh yeah.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this story out in Bergen. Bergen, congratulations. You made the
Yeah.
break room. 26-year-old man arrested after police say he got in a fist fight with 2 people. We don't know what the fist fight was
Man, he
about.
was swinging.
Happened after an argument started. Says that after the fist fight, he also broke several items out in front of the business. We now know Ralph and Rosie's is a pizza and deli, but again, I've already established it as a quaint little diner in Bergen, so
Right.
that's not going to change in my
Okay.
head, right? I mean, Tommy, you have a saying that I normally agree with.
What's that? Get out.
Leave it to the pros.
Yes.
Right?
That's why they're there.
But what do you do when there are no pros present? When there isn't security, when there isn't a manager on duty, and when it's happening too fast for the authorities to get there? Because you can also make the argument, and I'm with you again. Let me say this again. Do not get involved 99% of the time. But you can also make the argument by not acting, you may be putting yourself in danger.
Let me find out.
Okay.
Because I don't want my ass hurt.
No, I
I
don't.
want my pizza and my Rosie sauce. And that's it. I want to get out.
Wait. You like Rosie sauce?
I'm here. Well, Mark said it's delicious. I'm going to go check out some Rosie sauce right on top of the pizza.
Bro, you're not going to believe this. I just entered into a franchising deal.
No kidding.
Yeah, where I am now the outside producer of Rosie sauce.
Where do I get it?
Well, I set up a factory and kiosk in the men's room.
No kidding.
Yeah.
What's it called?
It's called Not What You Think, but now it's made by Pat Rosie's Close Your Eyes. Ooh, it's hot in these britches sauce. I fan myself while I give it to you, too. My Lord, it's getting sticky. All right, let me ask you this, mister. I don't want to get involved.
I'm a coward.
No, I understand, and that's fair.
By trade.
It is your American right to be a coward, right? I'm not going to shame you for it. But I'll ask you this. Let's say you're in Ralph and Rosie's, and something goes down like this. And Ralph puts on his Korean vet cap, and he grabs a broom. And Rosie's begging him, Ralph, don't do it. Your pills are at home. And Ralph tells her, Rosie, someone's got to stand up when things aren't right in this
So he
crazy
goes all
world.
Gran Torino on
You
this
got
guy.
it. And he goes outside, and Ralph just takes a beating.
Yeah.
Just takes a beating. And it's all over the news. What do you say to your friends when 13 Wham catches you meekly sneaking out of the restaurant while they're broadcasting while Ralph is lying there, his Korean vet cap turned sideways? Rosie, you was right. I'm sorry. Rosie, I should have listened. Because you might look bad if things get bad.
Here's the thing, Pep. I don't mind looking bad
Okay.
if it saves my old ass.
That's horse crap. Horse crap. Because if that happened, if you were in our version of Ralph and Rosie's, right? And there's Ralph. He's on the ground. Oh, no.
And you can
And-
see me running away.
Yeah. And for some reason, Catalana is reporting, because they were short on reporters that day.
Right.
You got to ask yourself, why is this tiny, balding man slowly, quietly walking out of this restaurant? If I came in and busted your balls, you would make up a story as to why
Well,
you
yeah, I'd
couldn't.
make up a lie,
Okay.
sure.
So you know it would make you look bad.
Yeah, I was going to get something out of the car.
Kimmy, would the optics of it make you feel like you had to act? Like, because let's
Me?
say,
No. I'm not doing anything.
would you encourage your husband?
No, but he would probably stand up and like make sure everybody's safe.
Especially now that you're in that calendar, you have to. Right? You can't be a beefcake boy and not step in.
To your point, I think because just my husband's been a big person his whole life, like
That's how that
people,
goes.
yeah, like it's just expected that you're supposed to do something.
It sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks so hard, because here's the thing.
Right.
You're allowed to be a coward, Tommy Muley.
Yeah, based on size.
Yes, you're little, you dress the way you do. Nobody expects you to do anything.
It's great.
I can tell you from personal experience, I'm no tougher than any other human being. But if something goes down because I'm 6'3" and beefy,
Yeah,
what's
you
beefy?
can't-
Beefy.
boy.
We've had a
You
beefy
can't
But
be
man.
you
running
lost a
out the
lot
door.
of beef, bro.
But like every time something goes down, like people will look
Yeah.
at me and what am I got like a mouthful of, pasta. I don't want to do
And
nothing.
your little hipster beard.
You want to talk to me about hipster with those boots on? You Paul McCartney bitch ass wannabe. Maybe I'm amazed you were able to get those on this morning.
What are you talking about?
They don't even have a zipper on them.
No, they're slip-ins.
Shut up. We have Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from John. John says, you don't have to worry about this. Stuff like this doesn't happen at places like that in small towns because people know who's tough and who's not. And if you want to mess around while that tough guy's in the restaurant, well, you're going to learn a thing or two.
Okay, it just happened in that town.
Okay, but the Ralph and Rosie's we've created is not the Ralph and Rosie's that
Okay.
exists. Right now, this is a pizza place deli. I could understand why at a pizza place deli something like this might happen.
Okay.
No matter how quaint and quiet.
Yeah.
You never know what happens.
You don't.
Right.
You just don't.
All right, so what did we learn here? We learned that Ralph and Rosie's is very good at what they do.
But they're a sandwich and sub shop.
Yes, but they said we've heard top 3 pizza place on the west
Right.
side, so we got that going for us. We've learned that Tommy Muley, no matter the situation, will not inject himself in.
I'm out.
He's out. And we learned that if you want really good sweet sauce,
Ralph and Rosie's.
Yeah.
Or your kiosk.
both places.
Yes.
All right, let's take a break. Speaking of restaurants, now this is not a local place, but there are one of these, probably like 3 in every town.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken, they have surpassed McDonald's internationally.
I think so, yeah.
As the top franchise
Oh,
ever.
okay.
all over
Yeah.
the place. You can now go to this place starting in January in select locations now
Yeah.
and get a brand new dessert.
Yes.
And you're bothered by this.
It's too much,
What?
man.
I don't get
it
why.
shouldn't be.
Why?
This thing should not be this big.
Oh, I'm going to share some information with you that will tell you why they're doing this.
Why they're doing it.
Yeah.
It didn't make any sense.
Okay, I don't get you, man, because you're not going to get this. It doesn't affect your life in any
No, but you
way.
already ate something with this length to begin with.
Uh-huh.
And now you're going to have something with
That
this
sounded
length
funny.
also.
We'll get into it. Next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. You need to calm down.
What did I do?
What do you mean? What did you do? You're getting furious about this new idea, which I think it's a good idea.
No, it's not a good idea. Is that no?
It makes sense why this company would do this when you hear this fun fact about this franchise.
It's a month. It's a month's supply in one thing.
Shut up. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. What has made Tommy furious in the commercial breaks all morning? We're all familiar with Subway, sandwich shop, right?
Number one shop.
If we're not mistaken, and you said you've heard this as well, that Subway worldwide has overtaken McDonald's for the most franchises in
Yeah, they're
existence.
like the number one chain now.
They're everywhere, right? There's like 3 in every town. So you go there, you get your subs.
Get your foot long.
Yeah, they got
Charles Barkley will tell you what to order.
Yep, they got hot soups, and then they're also famous for their little cookies.
Yeah.
Cookies are good. Well, they're adding to the cookie menu, Tommy.
Yeah, what are they doing?
Starting in January, and actually right now at select Subways, they are selling foot-long cookies.
So that's a snowboard-sized cookie.
For you.
That's up 12 inches of cookie.
I know what a foot is.
And you just ordered a 12-inch sub.
Okay.
So you're ordering a foot-long sub, a foot-long cookie, and then you're going to lose a foot. That's too much food, Pat. That and more come
December 15th. No, he doesn't have a mic. Don't
No,
worry.
go October 15th. It'll be a better show. Peter Frampton cover band.
I don't know why you're so upset.
There's too much goddamn food.
You don't have to eat the cookie all at once.
Oh, yeah, that's what happens. Somebody lingers on their Subway order.
You
I'd like to have a little of that for dinner tonight. Y'all wolfing that down at the goddamn sub shop.
I mean, no, he's right. If you're going to get a
You're
foot,
eating that goddamn
everything.
thing.
I'd eat it throughout the day.
No, you ain't. I've watched you eat throughout the day. You don't eat nothing throughout the day. You have more food.
I don't know what point you're trying to prove.
You don't side food.
He's so mad he's not even making sense over a cookie he's never going to eat at a restaurant he never goes to.
I can't imagine how, because everybody loves a cookie.
Sure, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But there's a reason why they make a cookie. That's a box of cookies.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Subway has made this move because, and here's your fun fact of the day.
What?
Subway sells the most fresh baked cookies annually of any store in America.
So they must be
I believe that.
delicious.
Yeah, no, those Subway cookies are great.
You can always just like add it onto your order with a drink.
Yeah, they used to be like 3 for $1 on
Yeah.
top of the right. And my brother, he worked at Subway when we were in high school, so I used to eat those cookies for free all the time.
Nice.
Man. It was great, just
Yeah.
walking. And there's no question that at some nights I would eat 3 feet worth of cookie. So I'm fine with this. I would eat the whole foot of cookie. Why should I feel shame?
Some fat slob is going to go in there, order whatever their deluxe foot-long sandwich is.
Yeah.
Order their foot-long cookie. Yeah. And you know what they're going to do?
What are they going to do?
They're going to put that cookie.
Nah, you want to enjoy the cookie separately.
Oh, no. I've seen we both have seen this.
Cookie
They're
on
going
a
to drop that
sandwich?
cookie inside the sandwich and knock it all out in one
Cookie
hit.
and a sandwich sounds like a dad cover band this weekend at the brew house.
But the cookie doesn't add to the like I get putting like chips on a sandwich. You get the crunch.
Yeah, she's
a
right.
cookie just makes the sandwich chewier.
It will
No,
happen.
this is what a sissy, non-eating bitch he is. You're right, Kimmy.
Yeah.
The texture and the flavor of the cookie
Yeah,
wouldn't
because
go.
fat guys are all about texture.
Well, no, but I'm not saying they won't eat the cookie.
They're
They just won't
gluttons.
eat it that way.
What meat could go with a chocolate chip cookie?
I don't know. Ask your mom.
Look, now you're lashing out because you're angry
Lashing
about a
out
cookie.
at your mom?
You're lashing out because of a cookie you're never going to eat at a place you never
The
go.
woman likes a good foot long.
I will say with this
How would you know?
foot-long
I
cookie,
showed up twice.
I have some questions.
She told me to kiss it where it stinks, so I took it out of Lake Ontario. Oh!
I have some questions about the optics of this cookie.
It's a foot long. What optic you need?
Because I'm wondering, like, I feel like the cookie, there's too much room for burnt edges on this cookie.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Yeah, but
Like, I
it's
love
Subway.
I
They
like a
got their
cookie,
technology now.
a nice round cookie ratio. It's a little crispy on the outside, nice and chewy and melty on the inside. I don't know if you can achieve that with a foot-long
All right,
cookie.
I'm going to counterpoint that as we're talking about the Subway footlong cookie. It's in select stores now. It'll be introduced everywhere in January. Cookie cakes can do it.
Yeah, but they're
Oh,
big
yeah,
and
you're right.
round usually,
Yeah.
or,
No, but
or
it's-
big and square. Like they're not
No, but
long.
that's more surface area
yeah.
than the cookie.
You don't think
I don't
with
know.
the
I'm a little
AI they
skeptical.
have this figured out?
I'm skeptical of the foot-long cookie.
So you're out.
I'd rather have like
This is good.
multiple cookies than one long cookie.
I don't know, but the
And that way I can get different types of cookies. I'm not committed to one type of cookie.
Well, you only get one cookie there. It's just a chocolate chip cookie.
Well, you could buy as many as you
Well, no,
want.
they do make different cookies at
Yeah.
Subway. They
Oh,
got
they
the
do?
macadamia nut cookie. They
Yeah.
got the oatmeal raisin
Wait,
cookie.
what's a macadamia nut foot long?
I don't know if you
Macadamia
can
nut
do
is
a foot.
super expensive. Holy Christ.
I'm not sure how many options they provide
That's
for the
your
foot-long
top nut.
cookie.
No, I don't know, man.
No, macadamia nut, the nut.
Okay, calm down again. Why are you?
You can only grow them in like one specific area of like Hawaii.
I'm going to talk to Kimmy now for a little while. Look, I've seen the picture of the cookie being held by a normal human hand, and it does look like a ridiculously large.
So it's shaped
cookie.
like the sandwich.
Yes, it's not
a
round.
long-
It's shaped like the sub. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And
So it'll fit in the bag. Think about that. Drop your sub in there. Drop your
Like a
and you're
baguette.
set.
a cookette.
Cookette.
So, like, the only thing that would, I think, keep people from ordering the foot-long cookie
Death.
is a Subway is not a place where you're traditionally eating ridiculous food, ridiculous size food, because like a sub is supposed to be a foot long.
Yeah.
You're used to that. There are some places where giant food works, like a county fair, you'll eat giant food.
Baseball game.
Yeah, walking around the mall, like a 2-foot pretzel the size of your
Okay.
face while shopping. It is weird how we've accepted giant food is okay at the mall.
Yeah.
Right.
Because you can also buy a cookie the size of your face at
Yes,
the
you
mall,
can.
and
Yeah.
nobody looks at you sideways while you're eating it.
Well, that's why they
my
probably,
snack.
to your point, they realize that that's why they shaped it the same shape as the sub, so you're more comfortable with it.
Like you're holding it like a AK-47.
And you can eat it like that. You can eat that. You can eat your
It would-
sub and your cookie the same way.
It would be a little off-putting to watch somebody eat a foot-long cookie because it just wouldn't
Well,
look
get used to
comfortable. Holding it, I don't know.
And like Subway is a restaurant of convenience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know how many people sit around and go, you know what I want for dinner? Let's load the family up and go to Subway.
Mm.
So like a lot, it's a workplace lunchtime.
Mm-hmm.
You know, coming home from
In
dinner.
and out, yeah.
Yeah. So you would be sitting and eating a foot-long sub and then a cookie in one spot. That feels pretty depressing.
It's a pretty big commitment.
By eating a foot-long cookie by yourself in a Subway in a strip
Well,
mall.
if you're going home, like you said, you just grab it and going home and sitting, popping on the couch and watching the Sabres and eating your food.
Do people take Subway home?
I always thought most people didn't eat it there; it was to go.
I don't think I've ever eaten Subway outside of a Subway.
Really?
Yeah.
Not even like on a road trip?
I've always
No.
just grabbed it and ran,
No, you can't eat a Subway sub on a road
Yeah.
trip.
or
That's right, that
I'll
would
eat
be
it in a
tough.
car. It would be car food or
Yeah.
going home food,
No,
but
car food.
Foot-long
no,
cookie seems like a bad idea for car food.
No,
Those
foot-long
crumbs
cook-
are going to be everywhere.
Yeah.
Full-on cookie would work. You just got to get your mouth around it so the crumbs don't
why
fall.
don't you show everybody?
I will show everybody.
We can't wait till Saturday night.
I learned from watching your mom. No, but if you eat a foot-long sub, if you got toppings on the lettuce, the onions,
Yeah.
the oil's going to be dripping, it's all over the pot. No, you can't eat a
The
sub
fat
on the
guys
road.
don't care what they
You
drip or drop.
can't eat a
Yeah,
sub
but you
on
got
the
that
road.
big piece of paper, catch everything.
There
Yeah.
ain't no sub while driving.
There ain't
There
no
ain't
sub while driving.
There ain't no sub while driving.
There ain't no cookies in China.
There's plenty of cookies in China.
They don't have cookies.
Fortune cookie.
That's American, and I think it was Japanese that started. Japanese guy.
American Japanese?
Yeah.
In San Francisco.
Yes.
Let's take a break. Everyone go out and get their foot-long cookie at Subway starting in January and enjoy it just to spite Tom and you.
Yes.
All right, so the Bills are getting back to practice this week after their
Oh,
bye
Jesus,
week.
I hope so.
Okay, but here's the thing, Tommy. This is supposed to be the quiet period where everyone comes back. They ask them questions about what they did while they were gone.
Well, don't
Everyone
ask all of
laughs,
them what they did.
And that's the problem.
Yes.
The whole focus should be on this game on Sunday, a must-win game against the Chiefs. But as soon as they get back to practice,
Yep.
none of the focus is going to be on that.
Nope.
And the problem that exists for the Bills, the NFL, and Bills fans right now,
What's up?
as of now, no action has been taken involving the
And
incident.
pretty quiet.
Yep, we're going to talk about.
Okay.
And no matter what the Bills or the NFL decides to do, there will be significant portions of the fan base that are very upset about it.
And ain't gonna let it go.
And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. The Bills get back to practice this week after their bye. And all thoughts should be on this must-win game in Kansas City on Sunday. But they aren't, because there's a massive decision that needs to be made. Mm-hmm. And what makes this more complicated, Tommy, there are two different groups of people who think what you're supposed to do with this player is obvious.
Yes.
They're on opposite sides, and whatever happens, one of those groups is going to be furious.
Okay.
So what is the right thing to do about Von Miller?
Oh, boy.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. The Red Hot Chili Peppers are coming at Darien Lake July 12th. Tickets go on sale Friday, December 8th, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com, so go ahead and jump on that. For those who don't know, if you live under a rock, last week we found out Von Miller was arrested for domestic violence in Dallas. Details are everywhere. Most everyone knows the accusations. And Tommy, we talked about last week how shocking it was to hear about a guy like Von Miller being accused of this.
Everybody loves this guy.
Now, no one listening knows him personally.
No.
We don't know him personally.
But he's charming as hell.
And you feel like you know him.
Yeah.
Right?
And he was Hollywood coming to Western New York.
Yes.
And he's not a guy that you ever see like losing his cool in front of people.
No, he's the
you
one
know
guy
what I mean?
that stays cool.
Yeah, he's a very like low key dude most of the time, from what we see.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it feels like most fans, people listening, had expected either the Bills or the NFL to do something with this story by now.
Right. And it's not like they have not been down this road before as a league.
I mean,
Every year they deal with it.
Multiple times.
Right. So you think they
times.
would have it down pat.
As the Bills head back to practice, nothing's been done by the league or the Bills. And the question is now, the forefront of the franchise, what the hell are they supposed to do? So the phone number is 252-WCMF. And Tommy, you got two camps right now. There are folks that are horrified by the allegations. And what makes it worse, we found out last week, this isn't the first time there have been accusations like this with Von Miller. Now, the previous accusations did not come with an arrest, but they are there.
Yeah.
There are folks that see no option other than taking him off the field and keeping him away from this team. And just so everyone knows, he was arrested and released. As of now, there has been no suspension by the team. He has not been put on the commissioner's exempt list by the NFL, which wouldn't allow him to play. So he could, if the Bills were to allow it, dress and play on Sunday. And as crazy as that sounds, it just recently happened in Jacksonville. In fact, if you watched the game last night, you saw former Bill and current Jags wide receiver Zay Jones play.
Yeah.
He was arrested a few weeks ago for similar charges, released, and he's been playing the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
Again, unresolved charges.
All right.
Then there's another camp of people, Tommy. Folks who make the argument that Von Miller is simply facing allegations and that we live in a country where you are innocent until you're proven guilty.
That's true.
And that if you do not allow him to play, you're doing him a disservice by assuming the allegations are true and that he should be allowed to play until all the facts are sorted out. And in those people's minds, to think anything differently is crazy. And here's the thing. By the letter of the law, those people are right.
Yes.
He hasn't been convicted. And it's possible the charges get dropped and there's nothing that shows up on his record. So I'll ask this question, 252-WCMF. Come Sunday, what the hell do the Bills do?
Well, there's no benefit to me to putting him on that field.
Okay.
To anybody. Like, what are you getting out of it?
Okay.
Unless if you want to say you need him, you don't, because he hasn't been a great player all season, if you want to make that argument.
Okay.
If this all breaks against him, you put him on the field, which you didn't have to do.
Okay.
It's your decision. He's your player. He's under contract. He'll do what you tell him to do. You got to shelve him.
So you're saying the right thing to do.
For everybody.
You're saying the right thing to do is to keep him down.
Yeah, until it shakes all out,
But
leave him on the bench.
that's the question, though. How long do you leave him on the bench? You don't know when
Until it shakes out.
Well,
But
what's
nothing
shaking
could
out?
happen.
Yeah. I mean, even if, so now there's a story, and I don't know how true this is, that she said the victim of the incident says it was blown out of proportion. And again, I don't know where that story's coming from, so take it with a grain of salt. But it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Right. And so, this league is trying to attract women, right? And I think, 51% of the fan base now is female?
Something like that, yeah.
It's almost like they're now the majority. My wife hears the first story. That's the story.
Yeah.
Forever.
Okay.
Because a woman got touched, game over. She don't want to hear any of that, maybe this, that, the other thing. He's done.
I understand.
I can't play Michael Jackson in my house.
Look, I get it. But, and you know how I feel about this.
Yeah.
But for the folks that make the argument that he hasn't been convicted.
Yeah, that's an argument, but you're a business, and you're not convicting him.
No, I understand.
You're trying to maintain your image as a business.
Look, everything you're saying is right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right in what you're saying. I agree with everything you're saying. However, I mean, whatever decision is made by the NFL or by the Bills, there is going to be a significant portion of people that are furious about it. They cannot, I mean, look, in our opinion, they have a right move to make.
Yeah.
But from a public standpoint, there is not a right move they can make.
Right. Because I just think if you leave him on the field, that's what they're going to talk about.
Well, that brings up the other question,
If he's on that field.
Yes, so like it's going to be the NFL game of the week on Sunday. They're going to have a ton of eyeballs. It's 425. It's Bills Chiefs. It's always insane. This Von Miller story was the biggest story in the NFL last week while the Bills were on the break. If he does dress and play from an optic standpoint, and again, I'm saying this as someone trying to figure out what the NFL does, how do you not talk about that in the booth?
It's going to happen.
You have to address it.
Especially if he makes a great play.
And
like if he's on the field and he's an impact player, that's going to be talked about.
It's not out of the question. But here's the thing. It's not like the NFL hasn't done this before because you have Tyreek Hill, who you like to bring up, wide receiver for the Dolphins, who is everyone's All-American and a darling. Google what's in his past.
Yeah.
You got a guy running back, Kareem Hunt. I could keep going. I mean, just with the allegations, it's a bad look. But like you said, the NFL has done this in the past before. And
it doesn't hurt them. I mean, maybe they figured they're bulletproof. They could just not even worry about it.
Yeah, but whether or not the NFL is bulletproof, what about as a Bills fan watching what's going down on Sunday?
I know.
Kimmy, what do you think? What's the right thing to do with Von Miller?
I just think, and this is going to sound like bad, but because nobody's even really noticed when he's on the field and when he's not, I think if you're the Bills, you play it safe and you just say, wait, we're going to continue to gather information on this situation and we'll make a decision at a later time. Just because nothing news happened.
So you're saying from a Bills standpoint, not from a you standpoint?
From a Bills standpoint, I could see why they would make that decision.
Okay, but there's going to be an argument made that if you don't let him dress, you as a franchise are essentially saying we believe he's guilty.
Yeah, but I think that's the safer route if you're trying not to upset anybody.
Okay.
Yeah, you do that. You know how they ongoing investigation. It can't come out at this time.
Yeah.
Well, there's only been a single statement made by the Bills,
and
it
that's
was,
pretty much it.
Yeah, the day we are gathering
and
information.
we still haven't heard anything since then.
We know what happened. We ain't saying it.
Yeah, I would think like you stick with that statement until something
Set the
else
brakes.
happens. Yeah.
Right.
All right, phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The Bills play the Chiefs on Sunday. Von Miller was arrested for accusation of domestic violence in Dallas, turned himself in. He was released. As of now, he is not on the commissioner's exempt list. He hasn't been suspended by the team. There has been no word on what's going to happen.
Yeah, we don't even know if there's charges right now, right?
No, there are charges. He was arrested.
Okay, but we don't know where they're at in terms of...
No, and these can stretch on. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
It's,
He was released.
Sure.
Exactly. So he's out and there's
He
charges.
paid, and I guess you pay a bond or whatever.
If there was bond, I don't know what the situation was. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good morning, gents. How are we all doing today?
Good, brother. What you got?
Well, I heard I was reading the other day an article that said that Von Miller and this woman in question have no idea what all this is even about. That they both denied that it ever happened. So, I mean, that being said, these kind of allegations and stuff have come up at other players in the past, and it wound up being nothing. I mean, there were no charges ever filed. It never went anywhere. So, as far as I'm concerned, until he actually gets charged and these are actually found out to be true.
Well, he has been charged. You're saying once he's convicted. All right, so Tom, to the 2 points you just made, and I get why the logic goes there. One, anybody that's ever dealt with domestic violence in their life understands that a woman recanting allegations or saying nothing ever happened, especially when you have someone that's the father of your children and maybe the financial breadwinner for your family, you would understand why after all this happened, that woman would say, and I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm saying we've seen this before. Right. The other thing, Tom, is there are allegations of this in his past. So now it's not he said, she said. It's he said, she said, she said. You know what I mean?
Pattern happening.
Right. No. And what you're saying is 100% correct. I mean, as far as it goes, there have been multiple stories over the years of, charges are originally filed, the woman recants, and then you go back and something worse happens somewhere down the road. But I mean, it's a really sticky situation because we do live in a society where you're innocent until proven guilty.
But to Tommy's point, the NFL is not the American court system.
Right. They have a
Well,
right to
that-
put anybody they want on that field or pull them off.
It's a business, and they can do whatever they want.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and they're going to do what's best for the NFL because, let's face it, they don't really care about the players. They're more interested in the product.
All right, well, Tom, I want to take some more calls, but thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, have a good rest of the day. I mean, it's complicated. It is a very complicated situation. And I know everybody thinks they know what should be done, right? Like, I don't want to see him on that field. I don't. Because it's going to leak. No matter what happens from a fan standpoint, selfishly, it leaks into the game.
Oh, yeah.
If he doesn't play, folks are going to argue he wasn't convicted, like we said, and why can't we see him out here? If he does play, and let's say, like you said, Tommy, he does have some kind of impact, it's a reminder in that game that we use as an escape of this terrible story. And it jerks you right back into real life. And all of a sudden, the game isn't fun anymore. You're now grappling with the realities of some of the most terrible parts of life at 5:30 on a Sunday.
Right. And the coaches don't want to deal with this stuff right now because they're going to have to address it. I mean, when they go in front of the media. Right?
Yep. Well, I mean, McDermott and Bean
are
and
going
all
to
of
have to address it.
The players are going to be asked about it.
Right. And they don't want to deal with it. They want to think about the game.
But whether or not he plays, dresses, whatever, they're still going to have to deal with it today.
Yeah.
Or tomorrow.
But if he's in there and he's active, that just adds to the conversation.
You're right.
It benefits the Bills that he hasn't been a high-impact player.
It's such a bad thing to say, but you're right.
Yeah.
It is, but that's what we've seen. Like, it makes it tougher on the... I think that these teams, their hand is kind of forced one way or the other based on what that player has done on the field. And we've seen it time and time again. Like, there are some guys that get second chances and then other guys that don't because, well, they're not worth it anyways.
It's such a weird conversation to have. Is this player's impact to this football team worth
But you
the
can't tell me
charges
that
that they're facing?
That's
Well,
not a
because you're not
factor when
invested.
these teams make a decision.
You're right.
Because
Yeah.
you're so invested in the guy. That kid that they were calling the punt god.
Manariza, yeah.
Well, they didn't have nothing invested in that kid yet,
Yep.
right? So
Yeah,
they
you're
could
right.
just cut him loose,
Yeah.
man.
Which
He
they
were
did.
gone.
Yeah.
They weren't going to deal with it either way.
Sure.
Problem, go. But he was like the greatest. If he was 4 seasons in and the greatest punter of all time,
And you
it'd be a
notice
different-
that person's absence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You guys are absolutely right. It's just
It's the bottom line.
look, man. I don't mean to get on a soapbox here. I don't. So forgive me. But like, you know what a diehard Bills fan I am. You know, I've lived for this team since I was a itty bitty baby boy. At the end of the day, it is just a game.
It is.
It's just a game.
and it's the allegations are really bad. On top of that,
Yeah.
this wasn't a bar fight. This wasn't,
Yeah, I get you.
a
This
couple
isn't-
of drunks taking swings at each other. It was like an innocent person, 2 innocent people being attacked.
Yeah.
And that's what the difference is.
You would think it'd be easier for the NFL to just have a zero tolerance kind of policy, right?
But then you said it, right? There's so much money invested in these players.
Right.
And Von Miller's the perfect example of it.
But
Like,
because they don't, every situation we see is handled so wildly different.
but then again, if you go with the zero tolerance policy, the argument is going to be made, and it is somewhat of a valid argument, is if any accusation is made, then you're costing these guys their careers. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's the other accusation in the past that really sticks
Yeah.
for me here. On top of, like you said, like you look at the details of what the allegations are, and all right, 252 WCMF. I'm sorry, we've been
Right.
rambling. Folks have been waiting patiently. The NFL and the Bills have yet to make a decision, at least an announcement as to what's going to happen with Von Miller on Sunday against the Chiefs with the accusations that he's facing. What should they do? Let's talk to Joe. I'm sorry, Joe. My number 2 button's sticking. I hate this thing. Joe, go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Tommy made my point there about the punk god. My heart just goes out for that kid. You know, he had a chance in the NFL, and it all got wiped away by an allegation. It turned out everything, no charges were filed. Turns out he wasn't even present at the time. It's just so horrible for that situation.
Well, hold on. Let's stop there for a second. Let's stop there. Because first of all, that is a single allegation, right? The fact that you have multiple now with this one kind of makes the story different. I mean, second, Joe, yes, the allegations up front weren't there, but he did have sex with a high school girl. He admitted that.
Yeah, I didn't hear that part of the story. All I know is that he couldn't have. He couldn't have because they didn't file charges.
No.
If he
I mean,
admitted
they
it-
did. No, I mean, Joe, it did happen. But go on. I'm sorry. Go on.
Well, the other thing is with these domestic violence things. Sometimes the woman can't recant. In certain states, once the allegations made, they're out of the equation, and the state takes over and pursues it. So whether or not she,
Yeah, I mean, that could be what's
whether or
happening
not-
in Texas here because he's still facing the charges. She said that it was I mean, again, I don't know where that story's coming from. We've seen reports of it, but I don't know if it's from a legitimate source. So, Joe, I guess what's your solution then for Sunday?
I'm just looking for consistency from the Bills. If you're going to do it for one player, do it for them all. You can't say, oh well, this person's an impact player, so we're not going to do it. That doesn't fly.
Well, but Kimmy's right. I mean, that's how it is, Joe. That's what they do, and it's not just the Bills. It's I would say NFL, every sports franchise.
Some guys get second chances, some guys don't. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, that's my opinion. That's what it is.
All right. Well, Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Later, guys.
All right, have a good rest of the day. And look, we're crapping on the NFL here, and look, they have enough to crap on, but it is. It's every major sports league. It seems the most consistent might be the NBA, but even they're dealing with scandal right now of a guy that's accused of having a relationship with an underage girl who they allowed to dress and play while the allegations were swirling.
Yeah.
It's nuts. All of it is nuts. And for every person facing an allegation, there's an army of people that are willing to stand up and defend them for it.
Yeah.
I mean, you remember that audio, and I don't think we have it anymore.
What's that?
When Ray Rice, the running back for the Ravens, was caught on video doing what he did.
Yeah, there was actual video evidence of that one.
There was a news interview with a woman wearing a Ray Rice jersey just a couple of days after walking into a preseason game saying she didn't think that he should be suspended.
And kind of supported what he did.
Yeah. All right, so we wait to see what happens.
When's their big Bills? It's tomorrow, right? He goes in front of the press conference.
I believe
Wednesday they usually talk to the press.
It's always weird with a bye week. They might be at practice today. I'm not entirely sure. Because McDermott usually talks on a Monday, but because they had the bye week.
Didn't.
Yeah.
But I always thought there was like a Wednesday where all the media goes and asks questions.
Wednesday there will definitely be something.
So he's going to get bombarded.
Yeah, but he's going to say a lot of nothing.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's prepared.
I mean, that's the other thing. This isn't like the situation with Matt Araiza where it happened and you got to go out now.
Yeah.
They've had a whole week to get together and figure out what they're going to do. It's strange to me personally that you've had in an instant world, you've had this much time and you haven't said anything and haven't indicated anything.
Which don't look good.
All right, so let's take a break. Let's lighten it up a little bit. For God's sakes, man. We got this to worry about all week long.
Holidays.
There are people who won't poop in public, period. And when I say in public, I mean outside of their house in a bathroom.
Oh,
in a bathroom that isn't theirs.
Like take a dump in a public restroom.
You got it. But it turns out even people that will do that may have some strange, I guess, traditions.
Oh, how they handle it?
I've never heard
of it. Game?
I've never heard of anything like this before, but a shocking number of people are doing this while they go to the bathroom in public restrooms.
Okay.
And if you were to see this,
a road dump
underneath the stall, you'd be concerned.
Oh.
We'll tell you what we're talking about. We'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are some things people do in private they believe are normal because you wouldn't know that anyone else does it differently.
Yeah, your little quirks.
Let's hope to God this is one of those weird things not many people do.
Okay.
Because this level of comfort is very strange in a public setting, and it's a place where you're more exposed than you want to believe.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, come honor a Rochester icon.
Come on.
Friday, December 15th, Three Heads Brewing, 7 p.m. as we celebrate 30 years of Tommy Muley on WCMF. It's called Tommy Muley, This Is Your Life, a multimedia extravaganza. Kimmy and I will walk you through Tommy's life from birth to the amazing man you know today with original music, celebrating the little man we love. We have never before seen pictures of every part of Tommy's journey, and all of it will be performed live and on stage. 7 p.m., Friday night, December 15th at Three Heads Brewing, Atlantic Avenue. No ticket needed.
You'll find out why.
Well, I mean, look, I said yesterday, and I stand by this. This will either be the most brilliant, hilarious, amazing thing we've ever done, or it's going to be horrible.
Because I have no idea what you guys are doing.
Yes, Tommy has not been a part of any of this.
I don't know what pictures you've scored.
Nope.
I don't know what's going on.
Nope.
I know you've contacted my wife, evidently.
You're also here for the show.
What's that?
You're here. You're experiencing the show just like everybody else.
Everybody else.
Yep, he has no idea.
Yeah.
Kimmy and I have been writing this. There are 7 songs, original songs, written about Tommy Muley's life to carry you through the journey. He will be sitting on stage watching this happen as everyone else watches it happen.
Okay.
So we will see you.
Get kicked around.
Friday, December 15th. Oh, all the attention on me. I hate it. 7 p.m., Three Heads Brewing with your friends, celebrating Tommy on CMF. You ready to hear the weirdest thing you're going to hear all day?
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
We don't.
There are a large number of people who say they take their pants completely off when they take a dump in the public bathroom.
How
do you get them over your
bathroom?
shoes? Like over your shoe off?
Okay, so we'll get to that. When they sit down, these people will take their pants or shorts, hang them on the hook of the door, and poop.
That's a lot of work.
So this debate ignited online this week after women were complaining about having to use the bathroom while wearing rompers and bodysuits. And Kimmy, this is something you've experienced before.
Yes. Yeah.
How
Like
they have to take them all off, and multiple
but
men.
I mean, but they're still. You take it off, but you're not like taking it off and hanging it up somewhere. Like you have it like on your legs.
So in this conversation, multiple men step forward to say they take their pants completely off, and then those people were surprised when other men started to criticize them.
But that's a lot of work, and it seems a lot dirtier than just pulling it down to get the job done.
All right. So they gave reasons. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do you take your pants off to poop in a public bathroom?
Because then you'd have to take your shoes off.
Right.
Unless your shoes fit through your pants.
I mean,
that doesn't work.
If you're wearing shorts, you can get them off.
Okay.
Kinda.
But why?
I don't know.
And it's dirtier.
It's an extra step, an extra unneeded step.
And what's the benefit?
So here are the reasons some of the guys gave. They said they don't like their pants sitting on the dirty ground, which you're right.
But you don't go all the way down.
Some of them, if you wear, I mean, look, you don't have to because you got baby pants. But men with grown pants,
you drop them all the way down to the ground.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, you keep them at your knees.
Yeah.
How do you
usually my knees hold the pants, hold the trout.
I'm a wide-legged man.
That again, why do you have
hold
to
your pants up?
spread out? You're not giving birth.
No, because if I sit it hurts my quads. I got to spread my legs out.
Hurts my quads.
My quads
to
hurt.
dump.
My quads hurt.
They really hurt.
No, I'm a knee guy.
Okay.
I don't want anything touching the ground. Which, if you're afraid of things touching the ground, your pants are going to touch the ground. You're trying to get them off in the bathroom because that means you got to. Do you stand up and take your shoes off? Take your pants off.
So there was a debate
'em.
inside of this about men who take their shoes off versus sliding the pants off over their shoes.
And I'm going to stand in my socks in a goddamn bath. You created so much
so
more
strange.
dirt.
So the other two reasons they give, the men that were arguing why you should take your pants off when you take a dump in a public bathroom, they say it gives them more range of motion to their legs and hips.
What are you doing over the toilet?
Oh my God! Let the dump will go as it goes.
They also said it keeps their legs from falling asleep when they take their pants off.
How long
go
are you
as it
sitting
goes.
there? You're getting legs to fall asleep.
I have that problem. My legs will fall asleep sometimes.
You get
Then
like
you've been on the toilet for too long.
yes.
My left foot will fall asleep.
You're gonna get hemorrhoids if you sit on the toilet that long. You're gonna get roids.
It doesn't go that long. My foot just falls asleep.
If your foot falls asleep, your
no,
ass is
it's
also
where
falling
my
asleep.
pants are like pinching the nerve on my leg. My foot. Look, I don't
People
take.
are weird, man.
So you take off your pants then?
No, I don't. I don't
Oh.
take my pants off in a public setting.
All right,
But,
so
I
let me ask
will,
you a
but I
question.
will poop naked in my own house.
So,
But then you're
if,
probably getting in the shower, or you're just naked to be naked.
No, I just get naked.
so if
Okay.
a girl
Yeah.
is wearing jeans or
Yeah.
leggings or pantyhose or whatever.
Yeah, I don't let them hit the ground.
But you don't take them off.
No. I don't
You
know if
probably go to me, like you go to the Nate.
I don't know anybody that takes it off completely. I
That's
guess
a weirdo,
maybe,
man.
but maybe there are people out there and they just don't talk about it.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. With this knowledge that more people than we didn't think anybody did
That I
this.
wanted to know.
Okay,
Yeah.
are taking their pants off completely in public to take dumps. This is one of those things that if you were doing it wrong, like strange, you would never know. Because you don't see how other people use public bathrooms.
Yeah.
Well, without a felony.
Right.
Plus, it's not like anyone taught you how to poop in public.
Well, you know how to go to the bathroom at home.
No, but like nobody ever sat you down in a public toilet and said, this is how you poop. Like you just kind of figure it out.
So let me ask you this: so these people then at home, also if they're home and they're in jeans or whatever, they completely remove their pants to go to the bathroom at home and put their pants back
I
on?
do that.
You do?
Yeah, I take my pants off unless I'm wearing like gym shorts or like joggers.
Let's say you're in jeans. You're in the house.
Yeah, I'll take my jeans off to poop.
And then you put them back
Back
on.
on.
Yeah, no, I walk around with my
I
dong
just-
hanging
I
out.
just-
Yeah, I put them back on.
It seems like a
It's work.
extra work.
No, but it makes it more comfortable to poop. Like you're a bitty man. You don't get this, man. You don't understand what it's like to poop as a large gentleman.
And by the way, I've been a fat boy.
Mm-hmm. No,
I
but
was a squatty fat boy, and I took horrendous dumps. McDonald dump, Rubino dump, Mama San dump, Wegman dump. I never felt the need to disrobe.
it's not about weight. It's about leg length.
All right, so what do you got to like spread out like this?
Yeah, like look.
Well, they do those. What are they called? The squatty potties that people have at home.
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
imagine maybe that's where you take. Does it make it more difficult to use those while in jeans?
So my wife, for my birthday a couple of years ago,
What'd you get?
she got me a squatty potty.
What's the squatty potty?
It's the stool you put your feet on to go to the bathroom.
It's supposed to put you in like prime
feet are up a little bit.
position.
Because nothing says happy 33rd birthday like something to take a dump with.
Okay.
Right? And I hate that thing. It is so
Really? Use it?
uncomfortable.
Yeah, I wonder how many people actually continued to use it after they received one.
So it sits on the toilet. Like
But it's supposed to be healthier, a
That's
healthier
what they
way to
say,
go.
but yeah, so was the MyPillow, and look what happened there. Look, like it sits in front of my toilet because I don't have the heart to like not use
Yeah.
it, but I used it like twice. It was painful, and I stopped using the squatty potty. Does anyone know if I'm not the only one that hates the squatty potty, right? Other people hate the squatty potty. With all due respect to the squatty potty people, fine people.
I will say this: like, if I walked into a public restroom, right?
Yeah.
Or the bathroom up here, and I hear a guy in the stall like disturb, like I hear his belt hit the ground or something, and I'm hooking it up and all that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, what is this guy into, man?
Well-
This is a weirdo. He's either into some weird bathroom stuff, like beyond dump.
Beyond the dump,
Do you know what I'm talking
a
about?
different shaded dump.
You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
mean,
I got you. Yes, I
I'm thinking this
understand.
is like some weird fetish dude.
I understand what you're saying. It's weird that your head would go there.
No, but wait, but where's his head going?
Is guy who removes his pants in a public stall also guy who pees with his pants down, or are those two different people?
I haven't seen a man that drops his pants all the way
Wait,
to
at
his
the
ankles
urinal?
at the urinal in a long time.
I didn't.
How you usually is standing at the urinal. There's
Yeah.
other urinal action on the floor.
I will say this. My brother used to do that as a joke when he was drunk and in public.
No,
and it was
it's funny,
the funniest goddamn
Oh, yeah.
thing, man. I would howl with laughter at Bills games.
But think
on the
about-
stall. His
but-
bare ass.
But think how nasty that floor is in front of a urinal, man.
No, you ain't.
So we had one at the old building, and I didn't know this, but it had eaten through because they didn't clean very much there.
Ew.
It ate through the floor
Ew.
wax on a tile, and it started to eat away at the tile. It was almost like in that original Alien when the thing blood like melted through the floors. Like I didn't realize how acidic urine
That's
is.
disgusting.
But I didn't know. So imagine dropping your trowel on that
Yeah.
and then pulling your pants back up and going home, sitting on the couch.
Well, I mean, I guess if there are people willing to like walk barefoot into public bathrooms,
That's
there are definitely people willing to.
Those
let
are
their
called
pants touch.
dogs that followed you in.
Phone number is 252-WCMF. A bitch session from women who wear rompers and bodysuits having to go to the bathroom and how they have to take them all off to go. Started a conversation with a bunch of men online and went viral who say they take their pants off to take a dump in public restrooms. Like they take them completely off, they hang the pants on the stall, and they poop without their pants on. And this argument ensues, and these guys that have done this, it sounds like they've done it their whole life, were confused that not everybody does this because, again, pooping in a public bathroom is something that you only know normal if you do it your way.
Yeah.
If you found out, Tommy, someone took their pants off to poop in public, would that change your entire
Oh,
opinion?
yeah.
Really?
You'd have to. Because you start reading into other things in their life that you see.
Like what?
They're weirdos.
But if that's the only thing you've ever...
Because it ain't. If that's what you do to go to the bathroom, you're a sicko.
Look, I think it's...
You're a fetish sicko.
It's not a fetish. It just makes it more comfortable. I don't do it, but it wouldn't change my
Bro,
opinion.
They're doing other things in that bathroom.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Brad writes us, my college roommate at Geneseo would only poop in the nude in the dorms. He'd get naked, put on a robe, walk down to the bathroom. He was a weird kid with other stuff, too.
Yeah.
I don't think that's weird.
Naked? You literally disrobe
Don't you get cold?
and then robe on down to the dumper?
Like, public restrooms aren't like the most cozy places.
No.
Okay, but here's the thing. I get it in the dorm, though. Like, if you, I never lived in a dorm, Kimmy, so you might have to help me.
Yeah.
Aren't the dumpers in the same, like, bathroom as the showers? If you live in, like, a dorm
Usually,
that has...
it's like a locker room kind of feel, you know?
Okay, so yeah, you would have taken your robe down to go to the shower. Like, what's the difference?
Well, like, if you're showering, I get it. But if you are just simply, every time you have to go to
Robe.
the bathroom,
Dumb.
getting in a robe...
Go back,
then-
dress, get out of your robe,
Yeah.
back into your clothes, and go about your business.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Huh.
I always figure if you're doing that, you're rubbing one out. That belt's going around your neck. You're weird.
Well, you
You're
wouldn't
doing
have your belt.
autoerotic asphyxiation in a public bathroom.
That's the first thing. If I hear somebody,
That's where your mind first
yeah,
goes?
yeah,
Okay.
All right, I'll say this.
You choking and rubbing, choking and,
And
rubbing,
rubbing
and choking.
choking.
There ain't no dumpers in China.
There are plenty of dumpers
No,
in China.
but they have the different ones. They don't have a seat. There's no seats in the.
There ain't no seats in China?
There ain't
There
no
ain't no
seats
seats in China. There ain't no seats in China. No, I'll say this.
What?
I would find a man that takes his pants off to go to the bathroom in public less weird than a man whose mind immediately goes to autoerotic asphyxiation. I would say that.
Well, I'm just saying fetish.
No, things have changed with someone I know in just the last 15 seconds.
You don't think fetish?
No, I don't.
No.
No.
Bro.
Why are you looking at me like that? It's not
Because-
sexual. You're taking a dump. It's not sexual.
So I could name 3 guys that you and I both know.
No, you can't.
That if I told you that,
No,
you
you
go,
can't.
yeah, you know they do that.
No, you know what? Are you talking about taking a dump without pants? Or?
No, they're chokers. They're in there choking.
Let's
Choking
talk
and
about.
choking.
Anyways.
Shut up. Let's talk about how much you using the bathroom with someone you live can be a deal breaker. Because, like, romantically, we've had the argument in this room about bathroom door
Open
open
door
versus
policy.
closed.
Yeah.
You will not keep
Yeah.
the bathroom door open with
Don't
your
ask, no
spouse.
smell.
Okay. What about fan on versus fan off?
Oh,
you-
I turn the fan.
Fan always goes on?
Well, if I'm
Yeah,
taking
I think that's a courtesy thing.
Okay.
Yeah, you crank the fan on.
See, which always makes me laugh. The fan does nothing. They're like the tiniest fans.
No,
you
they
can still
work.
smell. They do
I mean,
not
I think it's got to
work.
help a little bit.
I
Oh, it
don't
helps
think
a
it would.
ton.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you have to run it for a minute. So
Don't
I
you
run
just
it.
run it the whole time?
So I if I know it's coming, click fan on, full dump, clean up, dress, and I don't turn it off till the toilet stops running.
Oh, wait. I leave the fan on when I leave the bathroom.
Yeah, my husband leaves it on.
Well, you got big ass.
You just said, I got ass. My mama's on.
No, but my petite ass isn't that bad.
You ain't got a petite ass, bro. You drop ass in here all the time, and I want to die.
No, I mean the size of
What about spray when you're done versus no spray? You guys spray?
spray.
Oh, I'm Mr. Courtesy. Give a dirt.
No, we don't have spray in there.
So in the women's room here, we have a whole basket full of different scents that you can use. So it always smells nice in the women's bathroom. I think some people just spray it to spray it.
Yeah.
We have none of that.
No.
Like, they get the.
Well,
they
you
get-
wouldn't use it anyways.
That doesn't matter.
We have so many, and my husband never uses it, and it always pisses me off when I walk in there and I'm just blasted by what just happened.
You got blasted by a husband, don't?
Yes. The
No.
spray is there for a reason.
My wife has like 3 different sprays. It's called Poopery. I don't know
Yeah,
if it's a
it's
brand
supposed to be
name.
like a little bit stronger
Yeah.
of
Oh, okay.
a scent.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've never used it once.
Never?
No, I'm
Why?
not
Why
cuz.
torture your family?
I don't think
like
it
that?
really works. It just you smell that
It
and
helps. It helps.
the dump. So that's why the fan just sucks it the hell out.
Yeah.
The fan doesn't work, man.
Let the fa- let
the
the- let the
bathroom
neighbors
fan
deal with
is
it.
the biggest scam in American history. I'm telling you, man.
Big fan.
You all got bought by big bathroom fan. No, but it is funny. It could be an eye opener with someone you want to spend the rest of your life with, what their bathroom habits are.
Yeah.
It's the most disgusting thing they do, and you are forced to live side by side with them while they do it.
Yes.
Right? Like, even just how much time they spend locked away.
Oh, how long you been in there?
Yeah, it can be a deal breaker.
So my parents were always weird about that.
What do you mean?
You all right in there? You all right? Yeah, leave me alone. I'll go to the bathroom, you weirdo.
trying to choke myself in here.
And my parents always wanted to talk to you when you took a dump.
I'm fine with that.
No, I don't want to talk to you.
No, I'll have a
No,
conversation.
right now, man, I'm like, when the lunar module went around the dark side of the moon, like Pink Floyd, we're in radio silence till I come out the other side.
That's weird.
I don't want to talk to you.
But I can
That's
see
weird.
why they would be concerned if you're not answering them.
I'm
while you're
grunting
in the
and
bathroom.
plopping. I don't want to talk right now. I'm pushing through.
No, like, okay.
I'll be out.
It all comes down to how we were raised, right? Because, Kimmy, you had locks on your bathroom door,
Yes.
I'm assuming. You had locks on your bathroom door growing up.
Yeah.
So we didn't have one. I told you this.
Well, you weren't allowed to lock the door. Man,
You weren't
I don't
allowed to lock the door? What were you doing, heroin in there? So I told you, in my house, it was 6 people. My parents, me, 3 other
one
siblings.
dumper.
One bathroom, and there was no lock on the bathroom door
Yeah.
because you,
You
like,
need to be,
Yeah.
exactly. So, like,
state of emergency.
I told you guys, I would take a dump. My brother would be in the shower, and we'd be having a conversation. It was just a
Yeah.
common thing. Like, my brother would come in to brush his teeth while I'm taking a dump. My
Yeah.
dad would be taking a dump while I'm brushing my teeth. Like, it just, I don't know.
I didn't want to be around. So when I was in military school, that didn't bother me because that's just the way it was.
Sure.
You had those row of dumpers in the morning. But like, I don't want to be around family dumping. Like, I'd rather dump in front of strangers than people I know.
If you can't be around your family's dumps, whose
Then
dumps can you?
Dump with the one you're with.
If you can't dump
with the one you love, dump the one you with.
We'll work on that.
Yeah.
8 songs now for the Tommy Muley This Is Your Life event. Let's take a break.
Okay.
You got to be a go-getter.
A hustler.
Everything you got, every day at your job to make sure that you are successful.
Yeah.
And it turns out that's a lie. In fact, some of the most successful people in the world are now buying into what's called the 85 rule.
85 or 8 and 5?
85.
Okay.
85 rule. And we'll tell you what it is.
Okay.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Surprise! You got to give 100%
All the time.
every minute of every day while you're at your job.
Gotta push.
Turns out this new theory says that's wrong. In fact, by giving 100%, you're hurting yourself.
So you gotta back off.
Yes. In fact, the number you're looking for,
Yeah.
85.
I like that.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just a couple of minutes. We got Where They Whining coming up, so sit tight there. Also, you can visit the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a carload of tickets for you and up to 6 friends to experience the 2023 Holiday Light Show at Victor Hills. Experience the spellbinding magic of a 1.5 mile long journey through the rolling hills of Victor Golf Club. Families are just loving a million brilliant lights and twinkling scenes of delight.
Very cool.
Holiday Light Show at Victor Hills, open select dates through December 30th. Get your tickets at roclights.com. You should only be giving 85% at your job.
How's 60 sound?
Well, that's lower than 85.
I like that too.
So it's a new idea called the 85%
I
rule.
love how he thinks he's giving 60%.
Yes.
I'll give you 40. 10% per hour.
All right.
40 accumulated throughout the day. So this new idea states that giving max effort at your job actually hurts you and your performance.
You burn out or something?
Yeah, the argument is, well, burnout's one of them. They say it also keeps you tight and it slows you down because you don't see what's going on around you.
Right.
Essentially, you're working so hard you can't see the forest for the trees.
Okay, you're plowing through.
You got it. The argument of the 85% rule, they say it makes you more flexible, it makes you more present, it helps you be more creative, and most importantly, as you said, it keeps you from burning out.
Yeah, I don't want to get burnt out, Ben.
Thoughts on the 85% rule?
I like it.
You've never given 85% to anything in your life.
I am sure I have.
Name one thing. No marriage, so those are out. Definitely nothing at your job.
There's got to be something.
I'm waiting.
Well, I'm not sure what 85% means.
It's 15% less than 100, 15% more than 70.
Oh, I'm definitely doing that.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
do you buy into the 85% rule?
Okay, so I missed part of this. Just you're asking if I'm buying in that most people do this?
No,
or,
that you should be
that you
working
should be
at
doing.
85%.
I think, to avoid burnout, like you can't give 100% every day.
That sounds like
They
loser
do.
talk to me.
They do in the NFL.
That's right.
Like even if you intend to, even if you try to, there's just going to be days where you can't. So
Right.
maybe you have less of the days where you can't if you're giving a little bit less every day.
Okay, that could be it. You could also be giving
I
less
think you
than
also-
the 85 on the days you don't feel great doing 85.
I suppose. I don't know. I think it helps you enjoy your job more.
I would just like to point out the man who said he gives 85% just yawned into a live microphone.
Got up early.
You sit and you talk for a living. You have a camera and a microphone on you, and you yawned. You yawned into a microphone.
Well, thank God nobody pointed it out.
I think people that really try to give their most every day annoy everybody else around them.
Yeah,
And
I
I don't
would
want
annoy
to be
people.
and I don't want to be that person.
Well, okay, but are they
You
annoying?
live longer if you don't work as hard.
Says who?
Well, no, because
Well,
you're
you're
not
not as
grinding it
stressed.
out. You're not burnt out. I figured those people die younger than the people that do the 85, 65, 25.
Okay, you like to make that argument. Nobody said 65 or 25.
Well, it's a floating scale.
You make the argument that, working not as hard will help you go long, and I buy into that.
Stress.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you talk to people that have lived to 100, and I went out every day and I worked in the field from 4 o'clock in the morning
No,
until 9
they
o'clock at
usually
night.
say when those people get asked how they live so long, it's usually like, well, I drank beer every day and I had a cookie. It's usually
Footlong
something.
cookie from Subway.
It's usually something as simple as that. Nobody ever said I worked so hard that I got to 100 years old.
I always believe that them old people that talk about it like that to your way are lying their asses off. Because there's no way to check it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to interview their family who'd be like, no,
Yeah.
grandma's full of crap.
Yeah, and once in a while that cool relative shows up that proves them wrong.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Stop giving 100% at work. You should only be giving 85%. They say that keeps you more present. It keeps you more flexible. It helps you prevent burnout, and it keeps you more creative. The argument is giving 100%. You're just focused, go, go, go all the time. You can't see, as they like to say, the forest for the trees.
But it does make you less competitive if
Yeah.
you're working against countries where they're just busting ass all the time.
Who says?
Because they're getting more done.
Okay, but if we're talking
Like
about
China, South Korea,
oh my God, you love
India.
here we go again. You do this. It's the most old man argument ever.
they're busting ass
China's
24/7.
busting ass 24/7.
India don't stop, bro.
How do you know?
Their towns are full of pollution.
Name me 3.
If you live in a polluted town, That's when you know you bust an ass.
Name me
If
three
you
in-
can see your air.
Name me 3 Indian companies. Go.
Indian companies?
Yeah.
The Indian Trading Company. The Cleveland Indians. And
First of all,
Indian Pale Ale.
They don't even exist, Indian Pale Ale.
No, they sold them
company.
over to India. I don't know no Indian company, but I know they
No,
do a
you
lot of
can't
stuff.
name. They're all working on us. You can't name. You can't name a single company based out of India. And if you say Air India, I'm going to punch you in the face.
Oh, yeah, Air India.
Other than that,
And the Indian telephone company. Indian Cell.
I want to subscribe to this idea, and I do think it makes sense, but only because I don't feel like busting my ass every day.
Yeah,
and that's the problem.
And
with
then
this.
the days you do bust ass, you appreciate it more.
If you
Look
give-
at me. Look at what I did
Oh,
today.
yeah, that's true.
I'm so proud of myself.
When you nail it.
All right, let's take a break. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There is a champion in the building. The champ is here. The champ is here. Can he be dethroned? We'll find out, because I'm feeling good again today,
Okay,
buddy.
all right.
I'm looking for back-to-back dubs. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The phone lines are open. If you want to sit and wait, you can hear Kimmy reading her post while you're sitting on hold. We figure out where they whining, and we do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.
Let's do it.
Oh, yeah, we're doing it. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's 9 o'clock. It's Tuesday. It's time for Where They Whining.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. You can call us up and you can sit on hold right now if you want to. You can hear the post through Kimmy says it while you're on hold. But there's no point.
Why?
There's no point in anyone doing that. Well, first of all, I won last week.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling good.
Yeah, but the goat's in the house.
Okay.
Have we had a back-to-back in-room champion?
I think Tommy won it back-to-back weeks.
But he goes first, so it doesn't
Yeah.
count. Look, if you want to sit and say a name after I tell you what the town's going to be, that's fine. The phone number is 252-WCMF. You're welcome to do that. But don't waste your time,
You're going up against Bama, baby.
Bama. Yeah, Bama's not first, you
You're
idiot.
like Appalachian State.
They're fourth.
Yeah, but they're coming up.
Bama's 4. Stupid. All right, we've argued enough. Let me place my crown on the table for 1 second so I can place it back on after I go back to back. Are we ready?
Ready.
Yeah.
All right, Kimmy, let's make it happen.
Spencerport, Yates, Henrietta, where they whining?
What is this world we're living in that parents send their children out of the house with no coats? I saw a group of young men getting off the bus in shorts, socks, and flip-flops. What parent in their right mind would allow this? It's barely 40 degrees outside. This isn't the middle of July. These millennial parents completely disregard the safety and well-being of their children. It's not that they can't afford coats. They just choose to let their kids dress themselves in whatever they want, which is so irresponsible. It really bothers me how many kids I see on a daily basis who aren't dressed appropriately for the weather. I know that these teenagers are actually cold and would like to layer up, but they've given in to peer pressure because wearing a jacket isn't stylish or cool. That's where these new parents need to step in and lay down the law for their children's own good. Do you want your kids walking around looking like bums standing on the street corner? What would their grandmothers say if they saw their grandson or granddaughter shivering in the cold? Do better, moms and dads.
Okay, before we get into this, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Two things. One, trying to make my kids wear a jacket is the hardest thing I've ever done as a parent.
Oh.
My oldest will try and sneak out in T-shirt and shorts to go to hockey practice every night when it's 30 degrees.
I
And
don't get it.
It drives me insane.
Yeah.
It drives me insane. Two, this is not a generation thing. Every generation has done this. Because, Kimmy, I watched
Especially
women.
if you played sports.
That?
And you're just walking in and out of practice. Like, I remember tiptoeing in the snow in flip-flops just because I didn't want to put my boots on and take them off.
Also, Tommy, the amount of women who wanted to wear, like, nice, like,
Oh,
party
yeah,
dresses
yeah.
to bars.
But when I got older, nobody wore coats.
It would be 19 degrees. It would be snowing
Yeah.
Oh,
sideways.
girls standing outside a bar waiting to get
Yeah.
in, skanked out.
Yes, I was in Buffalo for a hockey tournament for my daughter. I watched it happen. These are 25-year-old women. It's 20 degrees outside. It's snowing, and these women are running in dresses because they don't want to wear coats. That being said,
Right.
there's a couple of things here, Tommy, that if you listen carefully, you picked up on. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We got a couple phone lines open. What are you thinking?
Well, it sounds like this is an older person
Okay.
who's not raising children anymore.
Okay.
But they live in what I would call a mixed neighborhood, Pat.
Oh.
So you've got the older set and the younger set.
Thank you.
Buttoned up, side by side.
Mhm.
So where would that be? Where would you get old people watching slack-ass parent and putting out their slack-ass
That's
child?
almost every town in Rochester.
There's certain houses where they kind of bunch up.
What are you thinking?
I'm going to take one of your old picks.
What's that?
I'm taking Orondaquait.
Oh, you're going to go Irondequoit.
Yeah.
That would be the Irondequoit that I won with last week, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Ah, you realize what you did, you idiot! Dumbass! I wish if you're watching the live stream on YouTube or on Twitch or
Wait,
on the
did you
Odyssey
take a
app
run
or
away last week?
WCMF.com. You
Yep.
stop talking for a second. You just watched a man realize he crashed and burned having the first pick. Because Kimmy has never, and we know Kimmy well enough where she would never, do back-to-back weeks in this 2 weeks. So you done, bitch.
Well, I mean, you never know. Maybe that's a maybe
no.
that's a twist.
Oh, no, we know. We know. This is tough. Now, there are a couple of towns that get eliminated because of what's in the story. The fact that kids are being dropped off by a school bus, that wipes out a couple of towns in our area. The fact that they bring up grandmothers and not parents,
Yeah.
what would grandma say,
Yeah.
that brings up a couple of places in our area. And I don't disagree with you that it's a mix of young and old.
Well, it'd have to be.
Yeah, but this is not an east side bitch.
Oh, this is slack ass West Side child.
This is a West Side bitch because they knew how to raise their kids now, and all the society is falling apart. The line of work comes outside. They whining in Greece.
Well, you take the biggest bird.
Well, I know it's Greece. You could have taken Greece. You didn't. In fact, it would have, any guess you had other than the one you had would have been a better guess because you went back-to-back weeks with the same town. You dumbass. You know it's Greece. It makes perfect sense.
But you took the field.
No, you had the chance to take
100,000 people.
You had the, well, it has nothing to do with
I
how
wasn't
many people.
thinking about
no,
that.
you weren't thinking. Wow, first time of your life, dumbass. Oh, this feels so good. That's back-to-back champs right here.
Well, let's just see.
I don't even think we need to go to the phones.
You think you're done?
But we
you
will.
won? All right.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There was one rule and one rule only. You get one chance.
Yes.
And one town.
Yep.
If you've already heard your town said by Tommy, myself, or somebody calling ahead of you,
What do?
you get two options. You can hang up the phone, try again next week, no big deal.
All right.
Or pick another town.
Okay.
If you were good, if you would pick up the phone and you go, I was good as you have been disqualified, and Kimmy as the commissioner gets all final say.
Okay.
Are we ready?
I'm ready.
All right, you just sit there and relax because you're done for the day. Let's talk to Patrick. Patrick, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm gonna say Penfield. This sounds like a Penfield thing.
Why Penfield? Patrick?
You know what? I don't even know. I just have a gut feeling that it's Penfield.
You're just going with your gut.
It's a Penfield thing.
Okay. Patrick, thank you for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I'm going to say it's not an East Side town. Because I don't think East Side parents or grandparents would get this upset.
You don't have a
about
lot of old farties over there.
On the East Side?
No, in that particular town, I think it's a younger...
Penfield?
Is a younger affluent town.
You think so?
I don't see, like, super old farty parents.
Super old farty parents.
Like, childless.
It sounds like a book my kid would have read in like second grade. Will you read me Super Old Farty Parents?
Childless farty pants.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Oh, did I just hang up on Pete by accident? I'm sorry. Hold on. 252-WCMF. We'll go with Mike. Hey, Mikey, you're on CMF, buddy. What's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Yo.
I'm going with Virgin.
Shut up, Mike. Why Virgin?
Well, because when you're standing in line at Ralph and Rosie's, man, you're seeing all these kids running around with
There
all
you
these
go.
clothes on.
You did bring up a good point. It's a good question. Is a smaller town more apt to have coatless children, or is a bigger town more apt to have coatless
But you're saying
children?
all kids. It doesn't. It kind of runs all the gamut.
I'm seeing it in my kid, and Kimmy did it when she was a kid. I've done the same thing. But I don't know. It's a good question. All right, we got you for Virgin, man. Thanks for the call. That was the second dumbest guess today.
All right, a good callback.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say Spencerport.
Why Spencerport?
There's a mix of older and younger people out there, and there's buses, obviously, out there.
There's buses. They got buses out there. Okay. All right, don't let Tommy throw you because he does what he does. He says something up front after Kimmy reads the post, and then people let that seep into their brain, right? Well, you said it's got a mix of younger and older. All it would need, the town would just need one old person to write this post. It doesn't have to be a ton.
More likely it's an issue because they're reaching out to other elderly people.
What are you basing that on?
The letter, because they posted it.
No,
so
they're reaching
thinking
out. They're reaching out to parents letting their kids not wear coats.
Well, I thought they were also talking to other old folk.
Chris, we got you for Spencerport, buddy. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. Okay, so I'm going to go back to me being a kid.
Well, trying to get my dander up, trying to get other old people's dander up.
Dander up.
Dander up.
I remember, and we had this talk yesterday around this time about the varsity jackets.
Yeah.
Kids in Spencerport always wore their varsity jackets everywhere.
Oh.
And if the varsity jacket is still a thing, I'm going to say they're not going coatless because they want to show off their varsity Letterman's jackets. But that could be an old man take.
All right, so you're saying it's not Spencerport.
It could be an old man take.
All right.
I don't know.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to V. Where are they whining?
I'm going to give you the town and even the neighborhood.
Okay, now hold on. You are a Rochester pro, and you are a media pro, so I'm putting a lot of faith in you here.
Okay.
She's going to come with facts.
I think I'm going to come through for you.
Okay, all right.
I'm saying it's Brighton, and it's 12 Corners because you got Brighton High School, and you've got McQuaid right there, and there's a lot of kids who walk.
That's a good call.
And those are the cool kids. Those are the cool kids who don't want to wear jackets.
She's right. We are idiots.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. That's a good call.
All right, V. I love you.
That's your pick.
That was the stupidest pick.
No,
of the day.
that's it.
No, other than Tommy's, that was the stupidest pick.
That's
of the
your
day.
winner.
That ain't
Okay,
the winner.
Tommy, what did we tell you about what you're supposed to do?
He already knows he lost. That's what he's trying to do. He knows he
Are
lost.
you trying to get disqualified?
He's trying to latch on to it. No, he's trying to latch on to V's pick because he knows he's
V
out.
is right. You're right, V.
I'm telling you, you got all those kids hanging out at Starbucks and Panera, no jackets.
Okay.
V, I bow to your V.
But V, V, where would the old people see them? That's a young person's
No,
spot.
but it's a walk in town. Old folk walk all over that town.
No, but more-
and they see them kids
the
getting off that bus.
Driving around.
But
Yeah,
they
they're
walk
driving
in. It's
through
a sidewalk
12
town.
corners. Yep.
It's a
I'm telling you.
sidewalk town?
It's a sidewalk town.
I'm telling you.
You got a bunch of little eateries around there.
Okay, all right. V, always
Enjoy
a
your
pleasure to talk
champ-
to you. I'm sorry that you lost. I'm
She's
sorry.
the goat. New goat town.
Have a good one, guys.
Bye, V. That was terrible. I hate that one. It's not East Side. I'm telling you, it ain't East. It is
Bro,
not.
she
Yeah,
just
but you
stole
always say, let's not bunch, let's spread
Right.
out our guesses.
No, you're
And
right.
that's what V was doing.
Spread the V, baby.
We'll take one more call before we go back to Kimmy so she can read it again. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to James. James, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, guys. Boy.
Oh, man.
Somebody took my town.
What
I can't
were you
believe that-
gonna say?
Yeah, what was your town?
Oh, God. You know what? I'm so sure it's this town. I'm going to say it. I'm going to get disqualified. That's okay.
Okay, no, just do this
Go
quick so
on
we can get you
record.
off the phone. Yeah.
I was waiting in line for so long, though.
I know, James. I'm sorry.
And I called really early.
I'm sorry.
It's Brighton. I'm disqualified.
There's your buzzer.
It sucks. It was right
I'm
before we
assuming
went to
you
you,
know
too. It was right before we went to you. That sucks.
I know. It really sucks. But she's right. You got a winner.
Okay, great.
Good
James,
going,
thanks for
gal.
the call.
James is so sure it's Brighton, he was willing to disqualify himself.
Does it make me a bad person that that's my favorite disqualification of all time?
No.
Like, he was literally right there. He was on the goal line, and he coughed up the ball right
Yes.
before his arm crossed the plate. All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Everyone sit tight for a second for the folks that are just joining us. Kimmy, could we reread the post when you are ready? Oh, you got to turn your mic on
Yes,
first. So
sorry, I was on the
people
phone.
can hear you.
All right. What is this world we're living in that parents send their children out of the house with no coats? I saw a group of young men getting off the bus in shorts, socks, and flip-flops. What parent in their right mind would allow this?
Can I pause real quick? You can't wear shorts and flip-flops. You can't wear flip-flops and socks. This woman's full of crap.
It's barely 40 degrees outside. This isn't the middle of July. These millennial parents completely disregard the safety and well-being of their children. It's not that they can't afford coats. They just choose to let their kids dress themselves in whatever they want, which is so irresponsible. It really bothers me how many kids I see on a daily basis who aren't dressed appropriately for the weather. I know that these teenagers are actually cold and would like to layer up, but they give into peer pressure because wearing a jacket isn't stylish or cool. That's where these new parents need to step in and lay down the law for their children's own good. Do you want your kids walking around looking like bums standing on the street corner? What would their grandmothers say if they saw their grandson or granddaughter shivering in the cold? Do better, moms and dads.
252 WCMF. Tommy picked a Ronda quite, which was I won with last week, so there's no way he wins this week. Way to go, Stu. He pukes on himself out of the gate. Oh, it's going to be a great horse race. The horse puked on himself. I'm in Greece. Patrick is in Penfield. Mike went with Bergen. Chris is in Spencerport because they have buses and old people. V is in Brighton, 12 Corners in McQuaid. She called it specifically.
Yes.
Terrible guess. James also thought it was Brighton and was so certain that he disqualified himself and then complained that he waited in line for a really long time. He's been waiting there. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Teddy. Teddy, where they whining, buddy?
Pittsburgh.
Why Pittsburgh?
Look, it's Tommy neighborhood. It's like probably it's Tommy itself the one who is.
Tommy wrote the post.
Teddy, why do you get an East Side vibe on this? I do not get an East Side vibe.
Well, I know a lot of people in that neighborhood with the old people and the young people start coming in. So there's like exactly where neighborhood where Tommy lives.
Okay, all right, Teddy, we got you from Pittsburgh, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I mean, we do know Tommy loves to judge an outfit, so.
Yeah, but I also know if he didn't have a coat that matched his outfit, he wouldn't wear a coat.
No, I wouldn't.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, where they whining?
Hola. Okay. this is not East Side at all.
Thank you.
It has nothing to do with the age of the poster, right? Because the poster might not be an old person. They just use the word millennial, so they're younger than them. The giveaway here is buses. They saw kids getting off the buses. Everyone on the East Side is driving their kids to school so they can compare their gold-plated Cadillacs.
Good take, Jeremy!
So, I'm going Gates on this one, baby.
Oh, I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
But there are some gold-plated Cadillacs in Gates.
Yeah, but they're from 84.
Yeah, they're 72 Eldorados.
Yeah.
Original rims.
Home Depot spray paint, yeah.
Jeremy, thanks for the
That's
call.
my
buddy.
reasoning. I'm probably wrong. You're all dicks, but I love you. Bye.
Thank you, Jeremy. Love you, too. No, I don't hate that
He's
logic.
He's a smart guy.
I mean, he is gravy training my pick.
That could be your backup winner. What?
No, because you're trying to
I
disqualify
know.
yourself
I
now
know
on
what you-
purpose.
and I don't even. I'm not going to give
don't
that
do
to
it.
you.
Because he's going to be like, whoa,
I would say if I
disqualified.
was going to
You
pick
didn't
something else, I would have picked Gates.
Oh, is that what you know? Don't give it to him because we're not going to let him. No, don't. All right, let's rip a couple more off real
All
quick.
right.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Keith. Keith, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say Henrietta.
Why Henrietta?
Due to the simple fact that I saw a bunch of kids getting off the bus earlier yesterday. All they were wearing was coats. Oh, I'm sorry, no coats.
I screwed it up.
Pajamas. But I'm going with Henrietta.
All right, Keith, we got you for Henrietta, buddy. Thanks
So
for the
he's
call.
taking the Jeff.
Pajamas, no coats.
It is. Can we talk to the amount of times I've had to tell my daughter to get out of pajama pants before
But that's I see adults wearing that at Wegmans now. The ratty ass pajama bottom.
We went to London. We took our children to London. A once in a lifetime
Very
trip.
sophisticated city.
3 times
Yeah.
before we left to go walk around London, I had to ask her politely to take off her pajama pants. Please take off your... Like, we already have stereotypes as Americans.
Yes.
Let's not reinforce those stereotypes.
Right.
All right, we're going to wrap it up with a man we love dearly. 252 WCMF. Ben's got the last call. Ben, where are they whining?
I'm going with Fairport because these are spoiled rich kids who want to wear what they want to wear, and their parents don't want to fight with them before they leave the house.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Ben,
Yeah,
weren't you one of those kids that refused to wear a jacket in the wintertime when you were younger too?
No.
Are you sure? That doesn't sound right because there was that incident. Tommy, you know those parkas, to stay warm in Rochester.
Oh yeah, the zip up part.
They go way up high.
Right. It was very cold that day.
And it was a young Ben, right?
Ben running his goddamn mouth.
Sure,
waiting
sure.
for- Hey, man. Church had to bite me and eat me. I could take it off me. A lot of rich people in this town.
Ben, great guest, buddy.
All right, have a good one, guys.
Have a good rest of the day. There goes Ben. All right.
Right.
To recap our selections.
Let's do this.
Tommy is an Irondequoit because he sucks and he doesn't pay attention anymore.
I like to change that. Can I change my pick?
You can say all the towns you want right now. We will not give it to you.
Thank you, Kimmy.
We're bending the rules because you're so bad at it.
I am in Greece. Patrick is in Penfield. Mike is in Bergen with Ron and What was the name of the restaurant?
Rosie.
Rosie. No, Rosie's the back one. Was it
Was Rosie and
Robbie and Rosie's? Rosie the Riveter.
I can't remember. It was only like 3 hours ago.
Chris is in Spencerport. V has 12 corners in McQuaid and Brighton.
Hey.
James was so passionate about Brighton, he intentionally disqualified himself. Teddy is in Pittsford and believes Tommy may have wrote this post. Jeremy says the gold-plated Cadillacs out in Fairport are the ones dropping their kids off, so it's got to be a West Side town. He's going Gates. Keith is in Henrietta because he saw a bunch of kids with no coats yesterday getting off a bus. And Ben is in Fairport because his argument is those East Side parents don't know how to tell their kids no.
Rich people.
All right. Now let's keep in mind that when I hit here, it will be a back-to-back win and not asterisk because I did not pick first. It'll be the first legitimate back-to-back win in Where They Whine in history.
I don't think it counts if you take the biggest suburb and you win.
You've never picked Greece before?
I don't think I have.
Yeah, you have a bunch of times.
Not even a close.
You couldn't remember what town I picked last week, and you're going to tell me about the past.
Kit.
That? Are we ready to crown
I'm ready.
Back-to-back champ? All right, let's do it.
Webster!
Oh, I see it! Oh, I see it! I see it! Look at her face!
It's Brighton.
Where?
Come on!
It's Brighton.
Whining!
This week.
We got a winner?
This week we may have made history on where they whining.
Oh.
It's a pump fake.
Oh.
Because
they whining.
It's a pump fake. Don't buy the jive.
Come on.
Because they whining.
Come on.
In Greece.
Fix. Total fix. Rigged. Fixed. Fix.
I don't know what to tell you. He got it. And you could have gotten there first, but you didn't.
This is the greatest.
You could have prevented this. Only you can prevent Pat's back-to-back wins.
This is the greatest moment of my life. Look at me. Look at me. Look at your back-to-back champion. Look at me. I'm the captain now. Look at me. Ah! I was right. I was right about all of it. Every single thing. Woo! Oh, hold on. Let me soak this in. Let me enjoy it.
It should have been Brighton.
It should have been. The
It should have been Brighton.
Yeah. Look, I like V.
V got robbed. No, she got robbed.
No, I like V. She was wrong, and I told you she was wrong. I told you which town it was at 2 after you again.
This is a witch hunt.
How is it a witch hunt?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, excuse me. Hold on. Let me take my crown, place it back atop my head. Feel so good to be me. Back-to-back champ.
Oh, God.
All right, let's take a break.
The worst day ever.
This is the greatest thing
Horrible
that's ever happened. No, you want to talk about worst day ever?
Yeah, this one.
How about John Lennon's last day on Earth? That sounds like a pretty bad day.
Yeah, it was a rough one.
There's a documentary for Apple TV that's about to come out.
Another one on this?
Yes, it's about the last days
Just
of John Lennon.
specifically this. It
Yes,
sounds like,
exactly. Yeah, I mean, well, because we haven't learned enough. But there is a hook. There is a
Oh,
hook to
think
this.
they found something new.
The documentary has what the final words of John Lennon are. And it comes out in a couple days, but some people who have previewed it have spoiled the surprise.
But he spoke.
We have them for you. And we will tell you what they are next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Look, your first reaction to this was my first reaction to this. There's been so many books and articles and documentaries on this one moment in time.
Yeah.
What more is there to know?
It's like Kennedy.
Yeah.
I know it all.
Well, even right now, there's a Kennedy thing going on. Rob Reiner believes that 6 people were involved in his assassination. He's got a podcast about it.
Wait, Meathead?
Was it Rob Reiner? I may have
Yeah, All the Family.
Yeah. Anyway,
Well, he would know.
But this documentary about the death of John Lennon, the night that he died, has some information that people want to know.
Okay.
They have his final words before he passed.
Well, he had the Giants -6 Monday Night Football.
That's a
Did they cover? Did they cover?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, come on, or a Rochester icon. Friday, December 15th at Three Heads Brewery, 7 p.m. as we celebrate 3 decades of Tommy Muley on WCMF. It's Tommy Muley. This is Your Life, a multimedia extravaganza. Kimmy and I walk you through Tommy's life from birth to the amazing man you know today with original music celebrating the man we love. Never before seen pictures of every part of Tommy's life, all performed live on stage while Tommy sits on a literal throne watching it unfold. He knows nothing about what's going to happen.
Nope.
Nothing at all. We've gone over his head, which was not hard because he's so low to the ground, to get all the pictures and information we needed. It's 7 p.m. Friday night, December 15th. Three Heads Brewing, Atlantic Avenue. No ticket needed.
You'll find out why.
We'll see you there. Friday night, December 15th, 7 p.m., Three Heads Brewing. Yeah. There is a new documentary that has come out for Apple TV involving the death of John Lennon. We should have went with Strange Days. Anyway, so people at Apple have been pushing this hard for 2 weeks.
I've seen previews for it, yeah.
And they have a hook. Because we've heard this story over and over again. It's been covered from every angle.
Yeah.
But Apple TV says they have the final words of legend John Lennon before he passed away.
So, you can hear them?
No, they don't have audio of it.
This
they have
is
a
what
witness.
they said, so transcript.
Okay. They have a witness.
Because who was there besides
You had
Yoko and Hinckley?
You had Yoko, you had Hinckley, and you had... Wait, no, Hinckley shot... Mark David Chapman shot Lennon. Hinckley shot Reagan.
Yeah, you're right. So how would he know what he said? I got the wrong creep. All right, so
Yoko, Mark David Chapman.
Supposed to be like a doorman or something?
Yes, exactly. It was the doorman at the Dakota, where John Lennon lived in Manhattan. So the documentary comes out tomorrow.
On Apple.
Yes, but there are some folks who've seen it early, and they have leaked the final words of John Lennon on this earth. Are you guys ready?
Spoiler alert.
Are you ready? If you don't want to know, change the channel right now. 3,
Because this is
2,
all I'm going out of this is thing.
Well, I'm sure it's going to be. I mean, it sounds like they're interviewing the concierge for the Dakota.
All right.
So you'll get his view of it. The final words of John Lennon, I'm not making this up.
Oh, they funny.
Quote, I'm shot.
No, that's it? Pointing out the obvious? I'm shot.
So it was nothing profound. It was simply
I'm shot.
Well, that's
what was happening in the moment.
That's
But the way
what
they
you
painted
would-
it
yes, I know.
was,
Last
you're
words were,
going to be, you're going to be surprised by his last words kind of stuff. Like,
Johnny's got it, boo-boo. Blood, eat blood. All over me, blood.
It's understandable. It makes sense.
Yes.
But
I thought it would be
But that's what I'm
listen,
saying.
he's
But
known
to
as
sell
this
it on,
He's known as this profound thinker and creator.
Yes.
I'm bloody shot. It makes me question all his work. Did he even write it?
If you got shot, you would say.
Imagine if I was shot, it was shot. Bang!
It all makes sense.
I know,
Like,
but it's not a very big lead up.
No, I get it. Like the anticipation of us believing John Lennon had something profound to say based on all the albums that he did and all the things that he said and what he stood for.
Like, be very reflective.
Exactly.
Like, or even showing sympathy to the man that shot him. I could see something like that.
It's okay. But in that moment, you don't know you're dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't know it's going to be your last words.
And like, I'm sure if you've been shot, you're in such shock that it's hard to believe. Like saying out loud, I'm shot makes perfect sense.
Okay.
It makes perfect sense.
All right.
I'm really glad I didn't sit through that whole documentary.
I'm going to watch it anyway.
Yeah, me too, probably. It's such an interesting story.
Anytime I see Beatles or Kennedys, I'm going to watch. I'm just a sucker for it.
It will be interesting to see how long this goes. Because if they're just telling this one specific story.
It's the night.
I've seen some really good documentaries where they know how long to make it. And then I've seen other ones where they just stretch
Drag
it
it
and
out.
stretch it to the point where you lose interest in the whole thing.
They all started out as young men in Liverpool. It was the swinging 60s.
They're going to hold out I'm shot until the last 15
Well,
minutes.
yeah, you got to drag it out. But did they actually have the guy? Is he still alive, the doorman?
So that I don't know.
Because that'd be kind of cool. But he's got to be an old fazuk.
And by the way, you're putting a lot of faith in the doorman, the concierge at the Dakota, right? Because a lot was going on in that moment, right? There's a lot of confusion. You have a man who shot John Lennon.
Yeah, but it could have been right in front. I mean, it could have went down right in front of him.
I'm just saying, you couldn't remember last week that I said Irondequoit.
Yeah,
and
but
this man, God, it's been 40, 50
yeah,
years
but it's the most
later.
pivotal night of his life
Yeah,
as
but-
a doorman.
Sure, but it's chaos. It's
Yeah.
complete chaos. This legend standing in front of you is shot and
But it was a
killed.
career topper. I mean, you brag about that the rest of your life. You were the last guy to see Lennon alive.
No, the doctors were the last one to see Lennon alive.
No, he
passed
was
away-
shot. I think he died there.
I thought he passed away at the hospital.
Yeah, but he was
I'm
probably.
trying to remember Howard Cosell. John Lennon.
No, he was. I think he
moved
died
to the
there.
hospital where he was pronounced dead.
Because I think the body sat there for a while. Like people were walking around him and stuff.
No, I don't think that's the case. It's
Yeah.
John Lennon.
I know, but nobody knew at the point.
No, they did. They
They had
came
to
in.
get the
Who is this? It's
cops, and he
John-
was a hippie. and
No,
then-
everybody knew. You had Yoko Ono standing over the hippie. What are you talking about? 252
So you gotta
WCMF 252-9263. There is a documentary for Apple TV about the last moments of John Lennon's life, and their big hook to sell this documentary to get people to watch was they have the final words of John Lennon from the concierge of the Dakota, and his final words were, "I'm shot." 2 weeks they've been just blasting this, and the words are, I'm shot. I'm shot. I wouldn't have believed it if it was anything but I'm shot. Like if the concierge said he said some profound things,
It was, yeah.
like
it would
I would
be
have thought
less
he's just
believable.
Yeah, he just wants to be on TV
Yeah.
or get paid for doing this interview. Like there's no way John Lennon, while bleeding out on the streets of Manhattan, would have been like, I look off in the distance and I see a world that could be changing for the
Yeah,
better.
something.
No, but he's not.
Well,
gonna
not
do
that long-winded.
He's not
You're
going to do
also
that.
in pain. Yeah, like there's so much trauma happening in that moment. It would be hard to believe that, something super profound.
Like he would have said, "Oh my God, there actually is a God, and I'm doomed." Should have wrote that dude.
No, hold on. He was just imagining. He didn't say there wasn't a God. By imagining it, he implies there is a God.
But he also said he was bigger than Jesus.
Well, yeah, but like one time.
Ooh, that's gonna bite him in
And
the
he didn't
ass
say
too.
he said it. He said the Beatles were. He said we were. So
Yeah.
Paul's in trouble too.
Paul could never be in trouble.
I don't know, man.
Paul's it. Paul's all we got left.
Well, Ringo.
And Ringo.
Again, Paul's all we got left.
Okay, we're not getting into your Ringo hate because you believe
You brought it up. I didn't bring
No,
nothing
I was
up.
just correcting you.
There are
are
two Beatles left.
2 of the 4 still standing.
It would have been funny if it should have been Ringo. Why not Ringo? Why Ringo? Why me? Why not Ringo? He's not even our first pick as a drummer.
We come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow. Next in the break room on CMF. But first, I got to tell you about my friends from Omaha Steaks.
Oh, buddy boy.
Bro, I'm the best gift giver in the world, and it's all thanks to my friends from
Yeah.
Omaha Steaks. Delicious, unbelievable meat delivered right to your front door.
It's amazing.
Right to your friend's front door, your
Yeah.
family's front door. And here's the thing, man. You don't have to buy it as a gift. Nobody's looking. You can buy it for yourself.
The gift of meat. Nice.
Go to omahasteaks.com. Right now,
What's
the
going
entire
on?
site,
Yeah.
50% off.
Wow. So almost half off a box of meat.
Exactly half off. Exactly. Plus, when you use promo code Duffy at
Mm-hmm.
checkout, you get an additional $30 off your order.
Whoa. Slow your roll, rump roast.
That's going to be Rapperoo.
The old 2 for Tuesday Rapperoo.
There's a solid 85%. 2 for Tuesday coming up with Jolene.
Jolene, don't take my music away.
And she won't. She'll have it for you. And you should be giving as well as receiving music.
How would I do that?
Well, Tops Food for Families. It's back for its 17th year, brought to you by Tops Friendly Markets, WCMF, and WROC-TV. Tops has collected enough money and food to provide over 2 million meals annually to support those less fortunate. Drop your non-perishable food items off or a cash donation to Tops on Mount Read Boulevard between 5 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. this Friday. All Top stores are selling little brown bags of hope now through the 24th of December. You can visit our event page at WCMF.com to see a list of the top 10 food items needed for you to donate. I'm already getting the looks from Kimmy. We got to get out of the way. And I got to get home to pop a bunch of champagne to celebrate my back-to-back Where They Wine and wins.
Yeah, enjoy that cold victory.
Feels so good. And I got one more week next week to make it back-to-back
Triple Crown.
Jordan style, bitch. Let's get out of the way. For Kimmy, who you can see on stage December 15th, 7 p.m., Three Heads Brewing for Tommy Muley. This Is Your Life, a multimedia extravaganza. For Tommy Muley, who will also be on stage, we're going to put a blanket over his legs.
Why?
His legs don't work.
Some FDR fireside roast.
My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.